All right, today is Monday, February 7th, 2022. This is a special meeting for School Board District 64, Park Ridge-Niles. I call the meeting to order. The board did not have a closed session. We're just going to start with our open meeting. Phyllis, roll call.
Soto.
Here.
Sellis.
Here.
Kennedy.
Here.
Lubinsky here. Pearl.
Here.
Nikki. Wojtovich.
Here.
Littles. Not present. Quorum carries.
Okay, let's stand up for the pledge. So for the board, I just want to mention Rebecca had a family emergency. She wanted me to share that with you, so she is not able to be with us tonight. As far as my opening remarks, I just want to give a little perspective here. We're all neighbors. We're all a community of Park Ridge-Niles, and we're all a community of the District 64 school community. As far as specifics, we need to maintain a professional decorum. This is a public meeting of the board. There are a lot of different perspectives and a lot of passion. Just as of 1 minute ago, the board has received 218 emails and public comments in preparation for the meeting tonight. So we know there are a lot of thoughts and a lot of people wanted to share them. We thank you. Since we are in a District 64 school, we need to wear masks. When you're at the podium, you still need to wear a mask. That is the current protocol in our schools. According to our policy, our typical speaking time for public comment is 3 minutes. However, there are people in here, there are people in the other room who want to speak. We want to give anyone who wants to speak the opportunity. So the board has agreed to shorten the time to 2 minutes. So you can see in a second, we'll be at 2 minutes, will be our time. Okay, I will let you know when 30 seconds is up. But we just want to maximize the number of people we can hear from. The one last thing before we get to public comments is, since this is a meeting of the board and we want to have decorum, we cannot have cheering, booing, applauding. It distracts the meeting. The board is here for official business. So, if there is that, the board is going to take a 2-minute break, and we're just stalling the meeting. So we need to continue in a very professional decorum. So that is what will happen. I just wanted to be upfront. Okay, so now the board just has general information about public comments that I want to relay. This is the point of the meeting where we welcome public comments. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes to address the board. Comments may be made on almost any matter related to the operation of schools, but we ask that you refrain from making comments concerning individual students or staff members. Not allowed. The board uses this time to listen to community questions and concerns, but will not respond immediately to requests for information. Additionally, the board cannot take formal action on non-agenda items. Contact the board president via email if you wish to discuss your topic further. We have a list of folks who want to speak. I will go through that list first in the order that it was received. And if you're not on the list, you can come forward after we go through the people who have signed in. We'd like you to state your name, and if you're comfortable, your address for our minutes. Okay? Thank you. Okay. All right, I think we are ready for public comment. Our first public commenter is Aaron Breen. You have 2 minutes set up. Okay, hey, Dan, before we get started, can you help us in changing this to 2 minutes? Just so we're transparent and folks know the time. Sorry, Dan, we should have gave you a heads up on that.
Denise, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
After one commenter comments, do we want them to exit so another person can come in, or how are we going to handle it? I think it's just a good.
Yeah,
just
so
clear
Eric,
that
what do you
up.
think on that? We talked about it earlier.
Yeah, so it is up to them. If they want to stay, then what we'll do is we'll just bring in one person at a time from the other room so that they can make a public comment. But if some of these people leave, then we can let other people in. Does that make sense?
It does. Okay.
And they have the stream in the other room, but, we welcome comments from both rooms. I think that's a good point.
So from your list, Denise, is everyone in this room right now, or are we going to have to get them from the other room?
I don't know. It's a good
Okay.
question.
So we've left one empty spot on our legal amount of people in here. Because if we bring in a new person and one doesn't leave, then, so we have one available spot.
That's a good call, Tom. Okay. All right. Are we good, Dan? Almost? Okay. Hang on 1 second, Aaron. Thanks for your patience. We should have let you know, Dan. Do we want to start with Aaron? You want to play with it? Yeah, okay, if you want to play with that for a second,
Dan,
thank you,
can you
Dan.
help me with this? This keeps
Okay.
falling.
Okay, Aaron, you are set, thank you. Oh,
The microphone keeps, yeah, we're good? Okay. Are we good? Go ahead. Okay. Good evening, my name is Erin Breen. I am a first grade teacher at Roosevelt Elementary School, and I'm here tonight to speak as the Park Ridge Education Association president on behalf of the 400-plus members that I represent. While not all of the members I represent agree on this topic being presented tonight, we do want safety for our students and staff. We have been able to keep schools open and in session with the safety measures we currently have in place. We do not want a disruption in our students' learning, as we are bridging the learning gap for them, which was created by the pandemic. Masks are important right now. We do not want to worry about health and safety. Instead, we want to focus on our students and their learning. We request that you postpone this discussion and please wait until the appeals process is completed so we do not risk interruption of learning again. It's hard on the students, the changes, back and forth, and we know that they thrive with consistency. It is important that we work together with the parents and stakeholders to make the best learning environment possible for the children. We are willing to do so to get through this, as we have for the past 2 years. I ask that we do this together, gradually releasing restrictions when the time is right. Thank you.
okay. All right, Nikki, I just want to check in. Were you able to hear the public comment?
Yes, I was. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Okay, next we have, and please, I'm trying to do the best on pronouncing, Vicky Kouros. Thank you.
Hi, Vicki Kouros. I live on Elmore Street. It makes no sense to revise the district's guidelines at a time when public health experts continue to recommend that kids wear masks at school, and studies repeatedly show that masks help prevent in-school transmission. What is creating the urgency for this board to direct the superintendent to immediately upend this district's mitigations per tonight's action item? If it's the TRO that was granted in a lawsuit filed downstate, then this board has been misinformed. District 64 is not a party to that lawsuit. The TRO in that case does not apply to District 64, so it presents no immediate ramifications and impacts on this school district. Further, the court's TRO ruling is being appealed. The 4th District Appellate Court is expected to rule on the matter within a couple of weeks. The appellate court may very well decide to reverse the lower court, and that happens sometimes. I know because I'm an appellate attorney. Has this board even considered what chaos would result if tonight's agenda item is passed? The item would require the superintendent to revise the guidelines, likely without any input from public health experts, and notify the community of the changes in the next 5 hours. What if on Tuesday morning, Dr. Olson sends that blast that masks are optional, and then later that same day, the appellate court grants the stay, which is currently pending in the appellate court and should be decided in a matter of minutes or days, on the TRO, which would mean that then the masks are mandatory again. This would only needlessly confuse and cause chaos for our students and families. Like many parents have expressed before, at prior meetings, I too am deeply concerned about the pandemic's toll on our kids' mental health. And I check in with my kids. They gave me permission to share with the board tonight that they think that this school year has been one of the best. They are happy to be back in school, even if it means that they're wearing masks, socially distancing from their friends, and eating lunch picnic style, which has been a real treat for one of them. Please vote no tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Now we have George Couros.
Hi, thanks for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name is George Couros. I live on Merrill Street. I've got 2 nieces that are in the school district here. I'm also a lawyer. I've been practicing for over 20 years. I have extensive litigation experience, including handling TROs and preliminary injunctions. I just wanted to offer a little bit of insight into the meaning of this opinion that came down, because I think there's been some confusion about whether it applies to this district and how so. First of all, short answer, no, it has no immediate impact on the school district because we're not a named plaintiff in the suit, so the court doesn't have any jurisdiction over the school district. The opinion itself makes that clear because it talks about the Hillsborough Community School District number 3. The court said they didn't have jurisdiction over that district because the plaintiffs named the wrong entity to be sued. They didn't name the school board, and so the court says we lack jurisdiction over you for that reason. District 664 isn't even named in the suit, so that's why they don't have jurisdiction over us. There's been some confusion about whether or not the emergency rules have been deemed null and void. Again, you have to understand the decision was made in the context of a temporary restraining order. What that means is there has not been a trial yet, right? That's why it's a temporary restraining order. Until there's a trial, the court can't issue a final determination deeming anything invalid. At this point, it's just provisional. They're saying we temporarily restrain the defendant until we have a trial. And at that time, if you win at trial, then there can be a permanent injunction. So it has no effect on their districts at this point. And just so you understand, this is being appealed. And what's at stake in the appeal right now is not whether masks are good or bad, how they affect mental health of kids, or any of that. It's a separation of powers issue. Did the legislature in the state appropriately delegate authority to an executive agency to promulgate this rule? And you decide that based on principles of statutory construction. Very complicated stuff. And my question to all of you is, how many of you feel like you have enough of a handle on the separation of powers doctrine and principles of statutory construction that you can accurately predict how the appellate court is going to rule? If you don't think you know, don't take that gamble tonight and just postpone this vote. Wait. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, we have Deanne Wilson. Deanne or Dawn Wilson, I believe. Thank you. Come to the podium.
We are at a crossroads. Our children are watching. They're listening. You want to talk about the chaos that changing the rules might cause. You changed the rules 2 years ago. We have been living in the chaos. You talk about consistency for the children. The masks, the pandemic, are the exception to our lives, folks, not the rule of this life. Our children are watching. They know that a judge ruled these masks illegal, the mandate of them. They're watching and they're listening. We have an opportunity to help our children have better lives at school. The children are suffering. Not all of them are enjoying the picnic lunches. Many of them are suffering psychological effects that we may not know the ramifications of for months, years, or even decades. We have an opportunity, you have some power to help these children today, starting tomorrow. I can no longer be silent. I had to come and speak. I will lay my head down on the pillow tonight with the conviction in my heart that I gave it everything I could. I hope, ladies and gentlemen, that you will indeed do the same. One of your board members had a family emergency that they needed to attend to tonight, which excuses them from attendance today. We have been in an emergency state now for 2 years. I hope she's able to come back before 2 years is up. Thank you for your time.
All right, the board's going to go on a 2-minute break. All right, we are now back in session. We'll continue with our public comments. Next, we have Brian Nelson. Come to the podium, Brian Nelson. All right, thank you, Brian.
Brian Nelson, I live on Talcott and Park Ridge. The decision to wear a mask or not should not be a political issue, it's a health issue. The decision to remove the mask mandate by the downstate judges is simply wrong. The cases right now in Illinois, and I've got a chart here, I'll give it to you guys, and it shows where we are. The low end is where the high end was as of a year ago, as of December, not last summer, December before that. So we're still at a very high state. Let's do some show and tell. We're all educators. I have an immune system problem. That's what this patch on my arm is from chemo treatments. I've been taking my kids out at lunch because it was suggested by my oncologist and their pediatrician that the cafe gymatorium was not acceptable, nor is the picnic beach thing. I presented those options to them. They said to keep pulling them out. The CDC, as of today, was saying that even someone in my position is going to need an extra booster shot. That's being discussed now. The other thing I have an issue with is the decision of the board to not have an online option for me. My kids have missed a fair amount of school this year. And I know you guys take a 15% haircut roughly for, not having them online versus in person, and I get in person is better, but there's been no option for me. And currently when they have a sickness other than a COVID-related positive thing, they can't be online. My daughter was out for something else, and she was online, and then she didn't have a positive test. It was negative. It turned out it was the flu. They kicked her offline. So once again, I'm questioning the integrity of our state, the school board, and now a downstate judge. Everywhere else in businesses, hospitals, DMVs, we're still wearing.
Okay, the board is going on a 10-minute recess. speaker continue because he still had time. He deserves that right. And then we are going to continue with comments. If there continues to be interruptions, the board may discontinue the meeting. You may proceed.
I'll finish my thought here. So my kids actually, even with all the mitigation steps we've been taking, did contract COVID. My wife contracted COVID, even though we're vaccinated. She almost ended up in the hospital because of it. So I'm just questioning, you know, the DMVs are closed, public buildings still require masks, my business requires a mask. Elgin and Chicago both said we're not listening to this, we're gonna have masks. So just because it's uncomfortable or it's unsightly, I question that. It's a public health thing. Would you not wear a seatbelt? Seatbelts aren't comfortable, they're unsightly, but would you not wear one? So it's your choice to be vaccinated or not. I'm not gonna argue that. But the mask is for everybody. And if the mandate is lifted, I don't know what choice I have, whether my kids have to go back online, you're gonna put some kind of program like that, or I just pull them out. At that point, my health isn't gonna be an issue. And there's people with other underlying conditions, and that's really my concern.
Thank you. Okay. Next, we have Elizabeth La Garcia. If you can come to the podium.
Hello, thank you all for being here tonight. I would just like to say that I have a 4th grader at Roosevelt, and she is not a fan of the mask because she has a rash and she has glasses, and it's very hard for her every day to be there. So what I'm just asking is that I appreciate everyone's opinions in here. I just ask that parents have a choice, and that if you want to mask your child, if you want to triple mask your child, you know, be my guest, but just let us parents have a choice and what our child would like to do. And if we want to unmask them, let us unmask our child, but let your child be masked. That's all we're asking, is just to give us a choice. Thank you.
All right, the board is recessing 2 minutes again. Can you set our timer? Thank you. We can get back to public comments. And our next person is Cassandra Prieto. Sorry about the mispronunciation if I did.
No, you pronounced it great, actually. Thank you. Hi, so I have a daughter in 1st grade, and she has glasses, and she has been having the hardest time wearing the mask and glasses to the point where she doesn't want to go to bed at night because she has to wake up in the morning and go to school and put her mask and glasses on. Every morning, she's ripping multiple masks. She's having so many meltdowns. I have gotten her help in so many ways, and I do understand how other people feel unsafe, but my child right now is unsafe having this mask on. She told me she's not going to go to school another day with it on, and that's it. I'm just here to talk for her. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, the board's on a 2-minute recess again. Thank you. Okay, let's continue with our speakers. I have Daniel Estalis. If you can come to the podium, thank you.
I am Daniel Estalos. I'm from Federal Avenue in Park Ridge. I'm a proud father of 2 kids in District 64. I'm here to ask the board to vote ayes. First, please stop pushing for vaccination by implementing rules that create burdens for children, parents, and school staff. Keep my personal religion beliefs about this vaccine on the side. There is absolutely no evidence that this vaccine works. Even the CDC and Health Department acknowledge that those that are vaccinated are still getting infected, still carries and spread the virus. Those vaccinated are still required to wear a mask and practice social distancing. These are facts. Moving quickly to the mask, please let the parents to decide what's the best for their kids. If someone wants to wear a mask, that's fine, but let those who wants to breathe fresh air and not their own toxic air do so. For those who are pro-mask and who are asking for masks in school to be protected because mask works, the power is in your own words. If you wear a mask, you are protected. Why do my kids have to wear one? Do you believe the mask works or not? If someone wants to wear a mask, please do so. Double mask if you feel so. Wear shields or a bubble around your head, that's fine. But leave my kids to breathe fresh air. Please don't tell me you are worried about my health or our health. You are not worried about anything else that goes on our lives. Leave us to make our own health decisions. If the district is afraid to vote ayes, please, because teachers will feel unsafe to come to school because there are unvaccinated and unmasked kids around and refuse to come to work, and they will have to move to remote learning, please keep in mind that you are elected to take decisions that are in the best interest of our kids. And for those teachers, please wear your own mask and you should be fine to come to work. Feel free to breathe the same toxic air for as many hours you like. Please don't let your fear to dictate our own lives and the life of our kids. I do respect and admire teachers that spend time with our children to teach them for success. If someone don't like to be with our kids in school, my suggestion is change your career. Our kids are not a work-from-home job. Enough is enough.
Thank you. All right. All right, next we have Peter Juris. Come on up.
Currently, the vast majority of states in the U.S. are mask optional. Only 11 states currently have mask mandates in place. Every single one of these states saw skyrocketing case numbers in January. I believe there's a reason for this, and it lies in science. A finally study published in The Lancet in 2020 states that particles that are 5 micron or smaller remain airborne indefinitely under most indoor conditions. COVID particles are on average 0.1 micron, which is 50 times smaller. The reason that states with mask mandates saw an explosion in cases despite the mandate is because the virus particles remain suspended in the air for prolonged periods of time. They concentrate indoors over time, and because the virus particles are simply too small for even the best mask to stop indefinitely. A study from the Journal of Infection, Volume 84, Issue 1, January 2022, finds that immunocompromised children and young people are at no increased risk of severe COVID. The vast majority of data and research demonstrates that Omicron is much less deadly than prior COVID variants. There's a ton of data to suggest that natural immunity resulting from an Omicron infection provides robust and broad-based immunity to both Omicron as well as prior variants. Kids need exposure to viruses to train and develop a strong, healthy immune system. In preparing for tonight, I could find no data on the number of healthy kids in Illinois that have died from Omicron. I assume it's either zero or is extremely low. Being exposed to Omicron is not bad. Provides kids a chance for them to develop a robust natural immunity to this virus and future variants. They'll serve them for the rest of their entire lives. We now also have the option of vaccine protection. What are the long-term effects of mask wearing? We do not know. Teen suicide rates are up, alcoholism is up, test scores are down. Parents of kids don't want to wear masks, let them. Infringing upon their personal freedom and choice is antithetical to the American ideals of freedom and personal liberty. Those that want to mask their children are also free to make that choice. As it relates to the TRO, the judge lays out why the legal reasoning to why the mask mandate is null and void under Illinois law. Whether or not this ruling currently applies to D64 and its students is irrelevant. The board and all parents in D64 now have notice from a court of law regarding the illegality of mask mandates. Should the mask mandate continue, then many parents will immediately file suit to receive a TRO against D64 for their own children.
Thank you. Okay. All right, next let's go to Eva Stakowicz. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Eva? Okay, let's see. Oh, are you here?
Can you repeat that one more time?
So Eva Stakowicz? No.
They might be with other 200 people in the gym.
Okay, well, let's see. Let's go to the next person. We'll come back. Thank you. Well, the gym can hear us, so we can.
I asked for us to have a plan on how we were going to call these people, and we said we were going to call them in order, and you told me that you would bring them in, and then one person would leave or that person would leave. We can't just skip them. These people came early to sign up in a certain order. They might have to go home. So we should stay in order.
Okay, so what do you suggest?
I'd suggest
That we
reading
send
down
somebody
the
out there to
name-
get
yeah,
'em.
send someone in and read a few names out in advance so that we've got like a kind of a, we can have a relay.
Okay, so does a board member want to help me do that, or someone can help, because I'm only one person here. Okay, thank you.
In the meantime, you can go with the next one.
In the meantime, while we're waiting for that person to
So I
come,
was going to the next one, and you told me I couldn't.
well, that you were just going to pass up that one.
No,
Now that we
I
have a
was waiting
plan,
for this person.
right? Now that we have a
Okay.
plan for them to
Okay.
come here, we can, while we're waiting, we can
Okay.
wait for somebody else. Great
All right,
plan. Great
we
plan.
will let Eva go in a second. How about Irene Aiello? Is Irene here?
She's probably in the other room.
Irene Aiello, okay. We'll wait for a second. All right, how about Tim Popovic?
That's me.
Tim Popovic, okay.
Tina.
It's Tina, yes, I'm sorry, I read that wrong. All right, Tina, you're on, thank you.
Can I remove my mask while speaking? No, they said no.
Okay, thank you. Okay, hang on one second, Tina, thank you.
That's okay.
Okay, so Tina, you are up. It looks like Eva and Irene do not want to speak. I just want to. But Irene does. Okay, all right, so we'll get to her after Tina. Thank you. Okay. Tina, you're up.
I'm here representing the children, teachers, staff, and 300 people in the gym that have had their rights to due process violated and trampled on for the last 2 years. The judge was clear the law is in our favor. It seems the district is conducting themselves under the guise that the ruling only applies to named plaintiffs. However, the judge nullified the mandates, citing that all of the COVID mitigations the district has been utilizing have been illegal for all citizens of Illinois, young and old. Knowing that masking and other COVID mitigations are illegal, yet continuing to enforce these policies makes the board, district, and schools vulnerable to civil suits. May I remind you, the law is currently on our side. Your attorneys may argue and say the judge did not have the right to invalidate the mandates. However, the judge has more of a right to invalidate the mandates than the board has to trample on our rights to due process. The subject has divided our community. All I can say is that you've appeased the minority while trampling on the rights of the majority. No one is unmasking your kids or forcing them to be in close contact with others. People have the right to choose what's best for themselves. Mask optional is the inclusive way forward, meeting the needs of each and every person. I cannot in good conscience send my kids to school knowing their rights are being violated. I will not consent to that. This morning, my kids were turned away from school and asked to leave because they were unmasked. They were denied their education, and my child's IEP minutes remain unfulfilled because the district willfully engaged in illegal activity of trying to mask my child. You're more than welcome to take the proper channels. You just need a judge's order, and my kids will remain unmasked until then. We are fighting for all of these kids that are suffering, the children who have been given medical exemptions that were denied by the school, for children who have who haven't progressed in speech therapy in 2 years, for children displaying signs of mental and emotional trauma from being masked for 2 years, for the kids with sensory issues whom masks does more harm than good, for the parents who are called midday, multiple days, because your kid is having a meltdown over the mask. We are frustrated. The mask has been the cause of so many behavioral issues and regressions, and we've seen an uptick in suicide.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, how about Irene? Okay, Irene, thank you. You are next. Irene Elio, I don't know if I'm saying that. Say it again. Aiello. Okay, thank you.
Good evening. Kind of flying by the seat of my pants here, but I appreciate the opportunity to talk, and I thank you guys all for your time and all the parents that have come out tonight as well in support of this or dissupport or whatnot to speak their opinion. I just come out and I ask that you guys consider going mask optional. We're 2 years into this. It's at this point just seems ludicrous to me. It's like a circus ring with the craziness that's going on. My oldest son at District 207, I know that's not this district, was confined to an office room the entire day and not provided an education. And this is just crazy. My little ones were too afraid to go to school today, maskless, or they're afraid to pull their mask down. My daughter spoke at the last meeting. They don't get mask breaks. I mean, we started just trying to, smooth the curve or get past the curve and reduce hospitalizations. And here we are 2 years later. This is just ridiculous. I probably speak for many parents that feel the same way. I don't want to hold up too much more time, but I do have this one thing that's been bugging me. This mask policy went into place, from what I understood, as a result of Governor Pritzker's orders and IDPH and ISBE and all these big head honchos giving their directives and what we should do. And it seemed as though your hands were tied. We have to do what we're told. We have to follow the guidelines. Here we are. Those have been pretty much, in my opinion, wiped out from what I've read in that ruling by that judge, who should be respected for her ruling. Perhaps it may get overturned in 30 days. Well, we have to wait and see. But in the meantime, the law is the law. And if you want to continue going down this path, I just think that it speaks volumes to all these people of what you guys represent for us. And I just want to leave it at that. You're not doing this for the best interest of the kids. If you can't go mask optional and make both sides of the pendulum happy, you're doing it for your own interests. And those higher ups, whoever you answer to above you, I don't know. I don't think I'd want to know. I'm glad I'm not there. Thank you, everybody, for coming out tonight. I appreciate it. That's all I have to say. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right, how about Rachel Georgakis? Okay, Rachel, come to the podium.
My name is Rachel Georgakis, and I am a carpenter parent. I'm coming to the board tonight to request that D64 keep their COVID mitigations in place as recommended by IDPH, the CDC, and the AAP. It is disappointing that an emergency board meeting to end masking, social distancing, and the quarantining of close contacts based on a TRO that District 64 is not a defendant to is occurring. Rushing to relax restrictions at the first possible perceived legal loophole is hurtful and is further dividing this community. A decision tonight does not give the district adequate time to prepare. It shows a complete disregard and interest in collaborating with legal counsel that is not here, with the Cook County Health Department, and with the teachers and staff who have time and again gone above and beyond for our children throughout this entire pandemic. It ignores that the legal proceedings of this case are ongoing and that flipping rules back and forth is unpredictable and harmful to students and staff. Last week, the data posted on the D64 dashboard showed 63 positive cases. I can only imagine how much more that would be with no mitigations in place. Medically vulnerable students and staff deserve safe learning and working conditions. Any mitigation removal should be based on data. We are still in the high levels of transmission. Only 52% of our students are vaccinated, and many students cannot yet be vaccinated due to age. From a staffing standpoint, I worry how this could affect substitutes and lunch supervisors. These positions are already a struggle to fill, and removing mitigations will make it harder. There are very few people who want to work in a high exposure environment for little pay, and with less mitigations, you're going to have trouble hiring more people. We all wish this pandemic were over, but unfortunately it isn't. I respectfully request that you vote against the motion to remove D64's mitigations tonight, and I'd also advocate that the board develop a policy to follow IDPH's COVID school guidance moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, next we have Kevin Michael. Kevin Michael? All right, thank you, Kevin. Come to the podium.
Hello, I'm Kevin Michael, and I'm the instructional technology coach at Carpenter Elementary School. As a parent of children of my own in a neighboring district, I've worked very hard with my wife over the past 2 years to help our children and our family navigate the challenges of learning in a pandemic. The words exhausted, overwhelmed, and heartbroken can only begin to describe the feelings of parents watching their children struggle through this, and I think that goes for teachers as well. As an instructional coach working with teachers navigating remote learning, then hybrid learning, and teaching during a pandemic, the words noble, selfless, and heroic are words that only begin to describe the dedication and determination and sacrifice I've seen from my colleagues over the past 2 years, and I believe that goes for most of the parents in our district as well. As a member of the Park Ridge-Niles D64 community attending this emergency meeting, the words negligent, foolhardy, and short-sighted can only begin to describe the proposal on tonight's agenda. We're all exhausted and overwhelmed and heartbroken. We've all tried to be noble, heroic, and selfless, some days more successfully than others. Masks are not our enemy. Other people who disagree with us are not our enemy. Our neighbors are not our enemy. Our enemy is invisible, a virus that doesn't care how exhausted we all are. Our best weapons against this enemy are masks, social distance, vaccines, testing, and contact tracing. We've come too far and sacrificed too much as a community to wave the white flag, lie down, and surrender to a virus. We must continue to work together as a community to keep each other safe and keep our kids in school. Uphold your responsibility to the D64 community and keep current mitigation measures in place. Let's all continue to be noble, selfless, and heroic together so we can defeat our common enemy together. Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's go to, next we have Dawn Brayton. Is Dawn in this room? Okay, thank you, Dawn. If you can come to the podium.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dawn Bright, and I'm a teacher here in School District 64. Thanks for being here tonight. Hey, guys. I wanted to state that we're not sure what's going to happen in the next couple days or weeks. We're not sure what's going to happen in the short term on this ruling. If you vote yes tonight to make masks optional and then have to take it back in the next couple of days, it's going to make this harder and be confusing and disruptive for students. And families as well. So I just wanted to make that point to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we go to Chris Poindexter? Yeah. Is that, how do you pronounce the last name?
Poindexter.
Say it one more time.
My name's Chris Poindexter.
Okay, thank you, Chris.
And I'll be real brief. I just wanted to make kind of a simple observation. If you drive 36 miles north of here, nobody has a mask on. So COVID is either really smart and only comes to Illinois, doesn't go to Wisconsin, or I don't understand. The governor who put this mandate in spends an awful lot of time at his Lake Geneva, Wisconsin home, and an awful lot of time in his Florida home, and I bet you he doesn't wear a mask. That's pretty much all I wanted to say, that it's kind of silly that you can go 36 miles north, not 360 miles north, 36 miles north, and nobody has a mask. Thank you. Thanks for everything.
Thank you. Okay, next, we just have Ariel. Ariel, if you can come to the podium.
How do I know when you start the time? Just when I start?
Yes.
Okay. First, the governor's motion for a stay has not been granted, so you cannot deny our kids due process. The order said all kids in this state have a right to due process. Second, we've watched as country after country, Denmark, UK, Sweden, Spain, the Netherlands, Norway, Switzerland, Ireland, and more, keep getting rid of restrictions, even though in some places case counts are still hovering near their highs. And even more countries never masked at all, never masked children at all. Why? Because masking kids does not stop the spread. If we're waiting for cases to go down because masks work, tell me, why did cases go up while we were masking? Let's bring back some common sense and admit it makes no sense. We've also watched state after state and our own country remove restrictions. Just today, Delaware, Connecticut, and New Jersey made the announcement. And this weekend, we've now watched Illinois, district after district, remove all mitigation policies, go mask optional, and let their kids be normal. Well, over 40 of them were not even named in the lawsuit and have done it anyway. And there are more to come. Yet here in District 64, we've had to wait even longer until tonight for this special meeting. And we are going to be last. Why? Shouldn't we be teaching our kids to be leaders, not followers? Here's a list of districts in Illinois who have announced mask optional as of today. El Paso Gridley, Unit 11, Antioch, Barry Western, Arlington District 25, Channahon, Camp Point Central, Quincy, Columbia, Waterloo, Huntsville, Vandalia, Illini West, Pleasant Hill, Redbud, Highland, District 44, Wheeling District 214, Christian Life Schools, Pikeland, CU SD 10, Sandwich 430, Schaumburg Christian, Arlington Heights, St. Timothy, Albers, Waterloo, Cole City School, District 1, Manuka, Lake Forest, District 67, District 115, Wheaton Academy, Clifton Central, Gibson City,
Okay.
Central CU,
Ariel,
SD4.
the time is up.
Okay, I was at 36 and there are 214.
Thank you. All right. Okay, next we have Heidi Tatara. Heidi, are you in this room? Okay, let's see if we can get to Heidi. Let's wait for a second. How about Doug Urban? Doug, are you here? Okay. Oh, sure. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. Mike Juras. Okay, we'll see about that one. Okay. All right, we'll find those folks, but we'll keep going down our list. Jackie Kulakesa? Am I saying that correctly? Jackie? Okay.
One before Jackie.
Mike Jonas, Joneis? Okay. All right, how about Bob Rado? Bob Rado? I want to go in the order. Thank you, though. Okay, do we have some folks here? Okay, this is Heidi, and if you can come to the podium.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Maj, and this is my daughter Heidi Tatara, that wanted to share a letter that she has written to Governor Pritzker regarding the mask mandate and how it affects us.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Heidi Tatara. I am 9 years old, and I'm in 3rd grade. And here's my letter I've written to Governor Pritzker. Dear Governor Pritzker, due to your illegal orders, I had to move from my public school to a private school. My parents had to pay $20,000 for private school. I missed my friends, my teachers, and their smiling faces for 2 years. How could 2 weeks turn into 2 years? You restricted every breath I took by forcing kids to wear masks. We were never the risk. We were never the cause. You put politics above children. We are people too, and we have rights. The day has come, we take it all back. Your fear will never control my freedom. I thank the brave parents for sticking up for us, for fighting for us. And now I request the Park Ridge Board to stop enforcing masks and vaccines. We should have the freedom to choose. Thank you for your time.
Okay, I do appreciate the applause for our students. All right, but we need to maintain a decorum. Hi there, can you state your name, please?
Hi, my name is Mike. I'm a 27-year resident of Park Ridge. I went to school in District 64 as well as 207. I currently have 2 children in District 64 schools and will have 3 children attending next year. We have been following these mask and mitigation procedures for 18 months now, and people feel about it how they're going to feel about it. My goal, and I'm pretty certain most of all the people here, is not to tell people how to raise their children, not someone else's children. I would never want to go to another parent's house and tell them how to raise their children. This is effectively what this district and the parents supporting these decisions are saying. They are telling me they know how to raise my children and that they know what's better for my children than I do. I'm not telling you to take your mask off or to come closer to my kid. I want to make that decision with my child. Now, the law has spoken, not the mandates. I want to talk about every educator's #1 priority and what it always should be, maximizing student achievement. First thing they teach you in your first education course is all about maximizing student achievement. A Brown University study, yes, Brown University, came out in 2021 stating a 23% decrease in young children's development has occurred in the past 2 years, citing specifically mitigation procedures and even more so masks as the biggest culprits to student achievement. I have graphs to distribute to you all if you will look at them. Moving on, the word equity is the buzzword in all of education. How can we achieve equity? Well, having studied equity and practiced it the last 7 years, I could tell you these mitigations are probably the most inequitable thing I've seen in education since pre-Brown versus Board of Education in 1954. Masking everybody, no matter their physical, emotional, and mental health, is the most inequitable thing I've seen. I choose this word criminal. You are going to become criminals if you continue these mitigations after tonight. The courts and most importantly the law is spoken, and you will be hearing from our lawyers because you will be participating in criminal behavior if these illegal mitigations are not removed. Thank you and God bless.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Natasha. If you can come to the podium, please, and we have 2 minutes then.
Hello, my name is Jackie Kaliza. I am a mother of a current 7th grader at Lincoln Middle School. My 2 older children also attended District 64. It's no secret that the pandemic has created real loss for all of us. In my household, which has been fortunate enough to be spared loss of life, we've lost many things. High school rites of passage for my 19 and 17-year-old, loss of sports seasons, and very importantly, the loss of a true foundational start to middle school for my son, whose learning style was not conducive to remote learning. It's clear as a community and individuals we have not grieved these losses. I believe that the lack of grieving is the cause of some of our divisiveness, anger toward one another, and quick jump to judgment without all the facts. Because we haven't grieved the loss of what life was like pre-March 2020, we are grasping at opportunities to return to normal. Anyone who has lost something significant and spent time grieving that loss can tell you that you have to define a new normal or next normal. The pre-loss normal no longer exists. I implore the school board today to not rush back to normal based on one ruling by one judge that is currently being appealed. I believe we can all agree that remote learning is not ideal and more detrimental to our children than wearing masks in school and social distancing. We should not put in-person learning at risk, which is exactly what we're doing when we sprint to return to a normal that no longer exists. I encourage the school board to take the time to allow the health professionals to provide their guidance and allow Dr. Olson time to develop a plan to address lessening of COVID mitigation strategies, one that sets its North Star as maintaining in-person instruction. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay. How about, so is Bob Rotto here? All right, thank you. You can come to the podium, please.
I'm kind of confused. Everybody's talking about we're rushing. It's been 2 years. 2 years that we've been in this thing, right? How are we rushing towards anything? But I just want you to please use some logic and repeal the D64 mask mandates. Optional is the key word here. If you want to have your children wear a mask for 6 to 8 hours a day, please do so. The proven detrimental effects of masking is staggering. If you want to live in fear, take all the precautionary measures you want. Wear a mask, wear 5, get vaxxed, get triple, quadruple vaxxed, that's great. But don't impose your illogical fears on the rest of us. 200 Illinois schools have gone mask optional. If you knowingly violate our children's due process rights, you open yourself to mass civil rights lawsuits. 39 states have no mask mandates. The WHO recommends against masking in schools. Numerous countries have got rid of their mask mandates. Every rational person and entity are against mandates. Please return our schools to normalcy.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now we have Jeff Bond. Jeff, okay. Thank you. Come to the podium, please.
My name is Doug Urban. I wrote a longer speech, but then I realized you only limited it to 2 minutes, so I rewrote it. I'm going to say this quickly. I am not going to focus on why I don't personally agree with the mask. I am only going to say it has been 2 years that we've been following these rules. Already, anyway, and the High Court in this state has determined to stop wearing masks. As a taxpayer whose 70% of my property tax and yours goes to the public school system, I feel that we should respect this ruling. And let's go back to respecting what parents decide and not what the school decides. I feel that if we want to go back to wearing masks or mandating a mask, that should come after they have won the appeal. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Doug. Okay. All right, how about, is Jeff Bond, do you know? Is there a Jeff Bond? We can see, okay. We can check on Jeff. All right, how about Virgil Lloyd? Virgil, are you in the room here? Okay. All right, how about Julia and Jonathan Baraglia?
They're in the gym.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, all right, thank you. All right, we have some folks coming in. Thanks so much. All right, hi there. If you can come to the podium, please.
Let me know when the clock's ready. Oh, it is. Hello, my name is Jeffrey Bond. I'm here to ask the board to vote in favor of lifting the mask mandate for the following reason. A recent ruling in Illinois that makes mandates null and void, which is setting a precedent. Future litigation coming. Masks contain dangerous chemicals and carcinogens. And masks are contributing to the growing mental health issues in the United States. We are aware the circuit court judge issued the order Friday. A lawsuit brought by hundreds of parents in more than 145 school districts who claim the mask order denies students due process. This is opening the door for future litigation. These parents who brought suit will help, with the help of legal support, argue that Illinois schools do not have the authority to mandate masks or quarantine without parental consent and an order from the local health department. These mandates are unlawful and no lawful authority granted to school districts or the IDPH. In addition, schools can be held liable for damages related to emotional stress, doctor and therapy bills, restraining orders for emotional abuse, assault charges, wrongful death suits, like suicide, and violation of civil liberties. In addition, if schools are mandating masks, long-term exposure to chemicals and fibers found in masks may have long-term effects, which will open the floodgates for personal injury claims and now and in the future. Scientists have found that wearing certain types of face masks for long periods of time could expose children to hazardous fluorocarbons, formaldehyde, and carcinogenic substances, such as optical brighteners. Mask wearers run the risk of breathing in these carcinogens, allergens, and tiny synthetic microfibers by wearing masks for long periods of time. So school children may be at greater risk from long-term damage to lungs through exposure to chemicals and microplastics, perhaps outweighing the short-term risk of exposure to the coronavirus, which children have shown, whether they are vaccinated or not, very resilient to. Which leads me to my next concern, mental health issues in our children. Suicide attempts and deaths are skyrocketing. We know suicide is the 8th leading cause of death in 5 to 10 and from 10 to 34. The second leading cause of death. My time already run out?
All right, it goes by quick. All right, thank you, Jeff. Okay. All right. Hi there, if you can come to the podium, thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Virgil Lloyd, 1406 South Crescent. I have 2 daughters at Roosevelt. I haven't really prepared anything, but I'm just here to put my voice in to say it's time to apply common sense and end the mask mandates. Look, gang, it's time to grow a backbone. Just say no to the masks. We're at a point of ridiculousness. This has become completely asinine. Everybody knows it. It's time to end the madness. They're doing more harm than good to our kids. Let's get back to normalcy. And all this talk about the chaos that ending the masks is going to create is silly. We've been through chaos for 2 years. Taking the damn cloth off your face is not going to create more chaos. It's going to get us back to normal. So let's really, I'm asking you guys as politely as I can, grow a spine, say no to the mandates. If a left-wing nutjob state like New Jersey can rescind the mask mandates as of March, Governor Murphy, who's the head of the Governors Association, it's time for Illinois to do the same. And look, get ahead of the curve. Again, the dam is breaking. This is the way that we're going. So it's time to get with the program and the mandates. Let's move on with our lives. Thank you very much. Let's go, Brandon.
All right, the board is on a 2-minute break.
Tell me you're power hungry without telling me you're power hungry.
Ready? Oh.
The board is back in session, and we have our speakers, Julia and Jonathan.
Hello, my name is Julia Baraglia, and I have 3 children in the district. Tonight, my son Jonathan would like to share his letter that he wrote to Governor Pritzker.
Dear Governor Pritzker, my name is Jonathan Baraglia, and I am 9 years old and in 4th grade. I'm writing to you to ask you to lift the mask and vaccine mandate. For the last 2 years, my education has been far from normal. Remote learning, wearing a mask, and being forced to stay home when I'm healthy are just naming a few. I haven't seen my teachers smile in approval, and I'm told to space out when I try telling my friends a joke. My brother has suffered from speech disfluency and headaches, and my youngest brother has worn a mask almost his whole life. This year, I learned about the role of government and that people establish governments to ensure that their rights are guaranteed and protected. Illinois is one of the few states still with the mandates. Across the country and worldwide, masks are being lifted. I believe I, my brothers, and all the children in Illinois deserve the right to proper education, the right to engage with their teachers and peers, and to live with a life with COVID instead of being taught to be afraid of it and forced to wear a mask. We deserve the right to choose. Thank you for your time, and I hope everyone will soon be able to see my smile in person.
All right, thank you, Jonathan. We certainly have to applaud our students speaking. Okay, all right. All right, let us continue and go to next, and there are multiple lists, so if, we're just going in the order. I just want to clarify that. Irina Vanis, are you in the room here, Irina? Okay, we'll see where Irina is. How about Monica Majerska? Monica? Okay. Anna Gilmeister. Is Anna here? Okay. Richard. All right, once again, we are running a meeting here. Richard Spandingway? Yes. Okay, thank you, Richard. If you can come to the podium.
Sorry, I really don't have anything written. I'm just going to wing it. My daughter, I have 3 kids.
If you can speak into the mic so we can hear, thank you.
I have 3 kids. 2 went to Maine, 2 are at Maine South, 1 is at Emerson here. My daughter's been sent home twice from school because of COVID, and she's missed out on so much stuff. I honestly, I'm just winging it. I'm just so aggravated. I'm just so annoyed because, honestly, designer masks don't work. The masks are not working. Please lift them. I want my kids just to be able to hang out with their friends and see their friends' faces and enjoy their school years. My oldest son, who is now a freshman in college, he didn't get a chance to do his homecoming. He missed out on so much stuff his senior year, missed out on everything. They're never going to get that back. My daughter, again, to go back to my daughter, she missed her Spirit Week, can't get that back. She's missing out on a lot of stuff. My kids are missing out on a lot of stuff. All these kids, these poor kids are just miserable with these things. They were so happy for Monday because they thought they weren't going to wear these masks, and now all of a sudden, they got to leave them on. So, lift the mask mandate, that's all I'm asking for. Like I said, I didn't write anything, I apologize, but I'm just winging it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. All right. I just want to, let's see where our folks are coming from the other room. We'll wait on that. All right. William Hallihan. Okay, thank you. If you can come to the podium.
Like it or not, the judge's order is what it is. What is it? It basically said that rules promulgated by 2 different agencies are null and void because they didn't have the appropriate commenting period. What it did not do, although many people have suggested, it did not rule that the governor's order itself was null and void. So that emergency order still stands for you guys. The judge may have given an excuse to the defendants for not dealing with that order, but he did not give it to anyone else who is not a defendant. Therefore, that order still stands. According to the judge's reasoning, and I will say, The judge's reasoning and a lot of stuff has a lot to be desired, such as the judge switching the term supreme for sole. An agency having supreme ability, a supreme ability to do something does not mean it has the sole ability to do something. But according to the judge, it has the sole ability, okay? And that's the Illinois Department of Public Health. And according to that same statute, they're the only ones who can lift a quarantine. And the judge has claimed a mask as a quarantine. That means the governor's order enacted a quarantine that the judge has not refused to declare null and void. That means that quarantine is still in effect, and the judge says you guys don't have the ability to do anything about a quarantine. Whether it's I think the judge is still confused because there's a difference between quarantine and kind of a quarantine, and there's even two different definitions there, which lends itself even more so that there's two different things. But according to the judge's reasoning, you can't do anything. We talk about children and their mental health. Think about their mental health if their parent dies.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, all right, thank you. A few of our speakers have chosen not to speak, so we're not skipping over anyone. Irina, Monica, and Anna have chosen not to speak. I just want to be transparent about that.
I'm right here.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so I thought I was given this information. What is your name, please? Okay, Irina Vanis. Yes, sorry about that. You are up to-
My fault. I handed her the paper that had the name
no
on it.
worries. They told me to come over here, so.
You're up to the podium. Thank you.
Well, my name is Irina Vanis, and I'm here to talk on behalf of my two children. One is in 3rd grade, and one is entering the field school next year. We need to take the masks off. It's been way too long. We know they don't work. We really do know that they don't work. And the best is to look at the study that was done in Denmark. They had 5,000 people in a study, half and half, one masked, one unmasked. The difference that it made was 0.2%, which is nothing. The difference was 11 people out of 5,000. That is really nothing. All we're doing is hurting our children. The latest study that came out by Johns Hopkins University showed that we're actually hurting children more than we're helping them. And we need to stop this madness. My kids hate masks. They come home with wet masks. They're breathing through a disgusting wet mask. That is just gross. They're reinfecting themselves with God knows what. We should just absolutely stop it. 2 years has been more than enough. Thank you.
Okay. All right. How about Lovey LaSousa? Okay, thank you. If you can come to the podium.
Hi, my name is Louis LaSousa. I'm a student at Emerson Middle School. I'm in 8th grade. I prepared a speech, but I'm only going to say about half of it because I think my time deserves other things. First of all, I would like to, I think this is a good sign of how it's crazy how I've seen this room and how separated people are and how angry people can get over something just as this. It's just mind-blowing because as a kid like me who's 14 years old, who's like, I have a young developing brain, and it's just odd that this much is flowing into my brain. I think we also need to consider what this is doing to kids' mental health, because for a kid like me who hasn't been around in this world for very long, I think seeing all of this is really confusing because the world was never always like this. And I think this is very wrong, and but I'm going to get on to the part of where I wrote. The mask mandate is no longer about COVID. It is about freedom and adhering to the court of law. Following the county circuit court judge's ruling, it is also about human decency, human rights, and most importantly, civil rights. Our civil rights are being stripped away from us. Today, I was removed from school property because I wasn't wearing a mask. The denial of education is extremely unlawful and a big loss of power for us Americans. We as a society, I apologize.
You're okay. Take your time. You're doing a great job, Louis.
Okay, we as a society cannot continue to comply to these unconstitutional rulings. America was built on the people and freedom. We are the government. Our country was built on the ideology that the government was made to protect our citizens' rights. Our movement is not subjective at all. It's about adhering to the rule of law. Thank you for your time, and God bless America.
Okay. All right, let us get back to our speakers. How about Alyssa Reiner? Alyssa Reiner? Okay, thank you. And then how about Rosa Black? Is Rosa in the room?
Rosa's in the gym.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's go for the third one here. Sylvanta Rods. Sylvanta Rods, are you in the room? How about Courtney Fulkerson? How about Courtney, is she here? Christine Erickson. Christine, okay. How about Ashley Moran? All right, Amanda Colia. You ever hear Amanda? All right.
500 people are, so you can see them, and everyone can hear them.
Okay. Amanda, you are up. Just a reminder, we are at a public meeting.
500 people in the gym, and there's like 100.
Amanda, you're up. Thank you.
I moved to Park Ridge 18 months ago. I have 5 children, all under the age of 12. Unfortunately, I've had to move 2 of my kids from public school to Catholic because we were doing so much not in-person education that my kids actually fell behind. I had to repeat one of my daughter's grades, so thanks for that. But secondly, more important, we know masks don't work. I have a lake house on Lake Delavan. I go up there every weekend. It's basically the Florida of the Midwest. Nobody has a mask on. Their entire state is back to normal. And you can talk about population or not, that we have more people or they don't, but let's just be honest. What are you guys getting back for making our children continue to wear masks? Because I know the Archdiocese is getting a kickback for the kids continuing to have to wear masks. So what are you guys getting? What's making you guys want our children to be in a mask? Actually, let me ask all of you. Raise your hand if you have children in school right now that wear a mask 8 hours a day. Can you raise your hand? Does anybody? Do any of you on the school board? Oh, okay. Yeah, how convenient. How convenient. Anyways, my point is that we know that this is ridiculous. Masks don't work. People who are vaccinated or keep getting COVID over and over again. Let's let our life back to normal. Please, let my children have a few more years of having a good, you can't imagine what it's like being a parent during this. I wish I could find out who really is a parent up there, because unless you've had to live this for the last 600 days, you don't know what it's like. Please, I am begging you, please, God, see that this is insanity and take these masks away.
All right, the board's going to go on a 2-minute recess. Thank you. All right. All right, the board's back in session, and we have our next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Rosa Black. My son Jack has joined me this evening. We are a Franklin family. Dr. Olson and board members, as I have voiced my concerns and interest in making mask optional several times, I would like to state the obvious since we are about to hit the 700th day mark of masking our children, that at this point we are living with COVID and we need to move forward. Masks should be an optional choice made by the parents and/or the students. Dr. Olson, as I requested of you back in July and August to survey the parents of D64 to find out how they feel about an optional mask choice, which was before the September mask mandate was put into place, you said to me, "No survey is needed as no decision needs to be made here. I will follow the guidelines provided by the state." I believed you, and I believed you for months. There is a choice now, and we, the parents in this community, want to be heard and acknowledged. Many of us in this room have attended these meetings, emailed the board and you directly numerous times. We are here raising our voices as we are standing up for our children. 700 days of complaints, mask policing each other, anxieties developing, personality changes, and social issues from our children we have been dealing with, all while we, the parents, are trying to keep them safe, happy, and healthy. We want to move forward. We want the choice of a mask-optional school environment if we choose so for our children. Thank you.
Okay. I think Silvantana, are you next? Thank you. Oh, okay. If you can please state your name. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ashley Moran. I just want to say thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. The past 2 years have been long and exhausting. We have faced ups and downs greater than years past, but one thing I have continually seen and learned about our children is that they are resilient. They are resilient with fabric covering their faces 8 hours a day. They are resilient in not being able to see their teacher smile to affirm job well done. They are resilient in adapting to eating lunch on the filthy floor. They have and continue to be amazing through all that they have faced. But how much longer will this board mandate our children be masked up covering their precious smiles? How much longer will this board illegally mandate a cloth that is ineffective? This board has crossed the line and the mandates you have set forth have been found null and void. I appeal to you tonight to make masks optional for all students and staff. I know not everyone in this room is wanting to do away with masks, and for those parents that continue to have their child wear a mask, this is their parental right and choice, and I completely respect that. However, I ask the board to no longer make decisions for my family, but to allow us to parent, the right to parent, to choose what we want for our children. A mask optional opportunity allows individuals to make choices they see best fit for their family. As we have all heard, as Judge Grishkow's ruling on Friday, this is our legal right. With due respect, I ask that this board no longer follow unlawful guidelines, but that you would each choose to lead with lawful integrity. We will never succeed if we do not have integrity and a moral conviction to do what is right. Following the law is always right. It is what we owe to our children. Let's choose to lead by example. Thank you and God bless.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Next, if you want to come to the podium, please. Thank you. And if you can state your name, that would be great.
Good evening. My name is Svetlana. I won't spend much time talking about how countries across the world are lifting mandates and recognizing we are now in an endemic stage, how COVID cases and hospitalizations are plummeting locally, how many sources are now revising the science around the masks, and how many other districts around Illinois with adequate legal representation have already voted to remove these mandates. Currently, there's 200 plus that have been released for the past 3 days. For the past 2 years, when discussing making masks optional in schools, we have heard that over and over how everyone's hands are tied because of the mandates. Well, the TRO granted on Friday clearly states that the mandates are void and null. It is clear, whether we like the judge and where they come from, it is very clear it is void and null as of today. School district is now on notice, and parents are here to ask you personally and collectively, how will you vote tonight? For 2 years, our children have been forced to wear masks without due process for 6 hours a day. I am uncomfortable for 10 minutes. 6 hours a day, impacting their social emotional development. I am here to speak for my 6-year-old. He's quiet and shy. He told me the other day he's scared to talk in class because, in his words, the children who don't shout get in trouble. He's embarrassed to shout, so he hopes that the teacher doesn't call on him. And I have experienced this as well as a parent volunteer in D64 trying to teach the children. I don't hear them, they don't hear me. I don't know if they understand me because I can't recognize their facial expressions. I can barely tell them apart from each other. I am here on behalf of my children and everybody who I've spoken to. Please, please vote mask optional and give us back our choice and our life. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, if you want to come to the podium and state your name, that would be great.
Good evening. My name is Alyssa Reiner, and I am a Carpenter and Emerson parent. And I come to you tonight. I had people have been stating a lot of facts tonight about things that are one way or the other, and it made me reflect a bit on the fact that as a community, over the past 2 years, we've come together in a great way. And when I think about the things that we've done together, it's because people want to help each other out. They want to become better people. If someone's sick, they help them. And I've been very impressed during this pandemic about how well we've done that. Tonight, I've been aghast at how people have been treating each other. And as I think about going forward as one community and keeping each other safe, I want to continue the mask mandate, and I want to do it for not only our health, but to continue forward as a community so that we can, in the long term, be safe and continue to take care of each other. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Okay. Thank you. Next person to the podium.
Hi, my name is Vieta. My name will be called later, but somebody gave their place for me. Are we really crediting the current mitigation policies as keeping us safe and healthy? Our children rebreathe a petri dish of who knows what on their masks. They eat lunch daily on dirty towels on the dirty floor daily. If anything, these strategies prove that kids are truly resilient not only to the SARS-CoV-2 virus, but all the other germs that they would otherwise not be exposed to if they were treated like humans and sat at a table for lunch and breathed fresh air all day. If the board votes today to continue the current mitigation strategies, then this inhumane treatment really should extend to all school staff. Teachers and administrators then should also be required to eat their lunches off of dirty floors every day. That's fair. We have endured nearly 2 years of these mitigation strategies, yet they haven't mitigated any of the COVID waves. How will they possibly mitigate them at this point? Somebody please explain it to me. Board members, please vote for choice and freedom today. We all have diverse viewpoints on the mandates, on the mitigations, on masks. Let's respectfully agree to disagree. Let's end the mandates. This way, everybody wins. Everybody makes the best decision that's right for them because we're all unique persons. Thank you. I appreciate your hard work and dedication to our community and children.
Thank you. Thank you. Next person, you can come on up.
Good evening. My name is Christine Erickson. Thank you for the opportunity to talk tonight. Who would have ever thought that we'd still be having these discussions and debates after 2 years? I get it. As a parent of 4 in this district and a teacher myself, we are all tired. Individuals and families who've been following the rules, we're running out of empathy for other people. Decision makers like yourselves are being pulled in a million different directions. Are we in a different place now than we were 2 years ago? Yes, but this isn't over yet. I have the unique perspective of teaching in a neighboring district in Niles and Skokie and watching those leaders make good choices to keep mitigations in place. As you make decisions, I beg you not to choose what's easy or make a choice because you're exhausted or listen to the loudest voices in the room, but rather use your leadership role to make a decision that has the chance to benefit those in the most need. Consider our families with children who can't be vaccinated, with children under 5, with elderly members at home, with immunocompromised members who live in their family. Your decision will have the biggest impact on those people and those families. Maya Angelou said, "I've learned that people will forget what you've said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel." Make our families and our kids feel safe and loved and protected at school by keeping the mitigations in place. Thank you.
Okay. Next, if you can come to the podium. Thank you.
My name is Courtney Fulkerson. I've been a Park Ridge resident my entire life. I'm a product of D64. I have a parent who taught in D64 for over 20 years, and now I'm a parent in D64. I've always taken great pride in talking about where I'm from and the education that I received. I feel confident in our family's decision to send our children to school in this district and have always felt comfortable voicing our concerns and discussing the progress that is made. I'm an essential worker who has never stopped working since day one of this pandemic. I was not able to have a safety net of working from my own home or being allowed to stop seeing the people who needed to see me. I had to rely on the health and safety protocols of my workplace, my husband's workplace, and the schools to keep not only my family safe, but anyone that I came into contact with. If we choose to remove each of the health and safety guidelines mentioned in the action item today, are we saying that we no longer care about the health and safety of all of those people? I take every precaution that I can to follow quarantine guidelines, social distancing, sanitizing, and masking. Why? Because I'm more comfortable? No. Because at the heart of it all, I believe it is genuine care and concern for not only members of my household, but society as a whole. And truthfully, it's a basic understanding of the principle that if we don't care for one another, who will? I recognize the trials and traumas and the pain of the last 2 years. I have a 4-year-old who turned 2 when the world shut down, and who I showed pictures to the other day of my oldest, and her question was, why are people not wearing masks? I understand the gravity of what is going on. And I just would encourage that we keep the protocols in place.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's take our 2 minutes. All right, the board is back in session. If we can continue to have our decorum. Next, we are going to, is it Kevin Michael or Kim Michael? Kevin Michael, Kim Michael? Kevin spoke already. Oh, some of these I think are repeats. There were 2 sheets filled out. I apologize. Kim Ponzio, are you still here, Kim? All right. Come on up to the podium. Thank you. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you. I am here on behalf of my 4 children and all of the children in our community. I am requesting an immediate end to mask mandates in schools. After 2 years, one constant has been the same. COVID has very little risk of serious infection to our children. But back then, we didn't have the information, vaccinations, or knowledge that we have now. I understand the mitigations that were put in place then, but it is time to update them based on science and research. If you are an adult, you are able to almost completely resume a normal life. But if you are a child in school, you are not allowed to come within a few feet of another student, even masked, even with vaccines available, even with the countless studies that show how important social interaction is for our children. Schools are no longer filled with fun and laughter, but instead rushed lunches, no smiles, and anxious children. Youth depression, suicide attempts, drug overdose deaths, and obesity have all risen dramatically during the pandemic. These unintended consequences of the restrictions are now a greater risk to our children than COVID. We need to acknowledge that COVID is here to stay, and we have done our part to get us to this point. I understand the fear of COVID. I had a baby in March of 2020. I have an asthmatic son, and my husband is a type 1 diabetic. But I trust that the medical professionals have armed us with the best tools to fight this virus. Our children deserve to hug their friends, to see their teachers smile, to learn emotion through facial expression, to take a sip from a water fountain, to share toys, games, and books, roll around in the grass with their friends, laughing until their bellies hurt. Our children need to stop living in fear. It is our job as parents, grandparents, teachers, aunts, uncles, and friends to help them build the confidence back up after 2 years of it being destroyed. 2 years of telling them that everything they have ever known is wrong and dangerous. We need to return to normalcy, and it needs to be now. Please put politics aside, put fear aside, and allow yourself to remember what humanity was like in 2019. The science has spoken. It is time to unmask our children. Their smiles matter. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, are we, all right, I think we are next. List. Okay.
Do it or not. That's all right. That's okay. That's okay. You don't want to? Okay. That's all right. That's all right. First of all, I want to thank my daughter for coming. That was very brave. I'm very proud of you. I'm very proud of her friend who spoke out at the last board meeting. I'm very proud of you girls, just for standing here, just for being here. Science that can't be questioned isn't science, it's politics. Stop playing politics with our children. We have been doing this for almost 2 years now and have continued to move the goalposts. If not now, when? For those of you that are here to keep these masks on our children, let me ask you, have you been following the science? Has your family gone on vacation to other states where the mask mandates are no longer in place? Have you socialized in large groups? Do you have kids in sports? Do you have play dates after school? Have you gone to water parks or hotels? Have you been to a restaurant, concert, or sporting event? Now let me ask you, are you wearing a mask for 7 hours a day? Many of the parents in this district are working from home where they don't have to wear a mask, and they don't really know what it's like to wear a mask for 7 hours a day. But they are going to demand that we make our children suffer through it themselves? It's hypocritical and wrong. So examine your heart and check your pride at the door before asking our children to continue to do something that you and your families aren't doing yourselves. I also want to remind the board this meeting is not about opinions, and it's really not even about the science. It's about a court determining that the governor's COVID mandates in schools are illegal. If you continue to choose to enforce illegal mandates, you risk lawsuits from the many upset parents here who will continue to come out in numbers to defend their children. I will leave you with this. The judge in this ruling called this mandate evil. She said that this type of evil is exactly what the law was intended to constrain. Let me say that again. She said it's evil. If not now, when?
Thank you. Okay. All right, so next person, you guys want to come up? Okay. And if you can state your name, please, thank you.
Hello, my name is Martin Staunton. I'm a 7th grader at Emerson Middle School. I only attend school half day this year because the mask affected my learning. I had splitting headaches and it was very difficult for me to concentrate because of all I could do was think about the discomfort of the mask. I think wearing a mask should be optional, especially because we're seeing COVID cases dropping. As Americans, we have a certain freedom under the Constitution, and I believe that mask mandates violate my personal freedom. I understand that some people are scared and they should be able to wear a mask. It should just be a personal choice. When I heard that kids at certain schools are being sent into rooms because they don't want to wear a mask and they want to have a choice, it made me sick. This has affected kids the most, and almost 3 years of my life in schooling. I left my last school because of my headaches and I couldn't focus, so I left and went to Emerson, which allowed me to go half day and homeschool the rest. I hope you can understand my reasons on not wanting to wear a mask and allow us to free them. Thank you.
Okay, so hang on one second. I think we have two different lines going. I just need to make sure we get the folks who have signed in as well. Okay, how about Mary G? Is Mary G here? Thank you. Thanks for your patience. If you can come to the podium.
Hi, my name is Mary G, and I am here to speak on behalf of my 3 boys. I just wanted to share a few personal stories about how the face masks and COVID mitigations are affecting my children. My 2nd grader at Field enjoys a lovely picnic lunch every day on the hallway outside of his classroom, where hundreds of his classmates walk on every day. The school asked him to bring in a beach towel, which I'm assuming that was supposed to make him feel more comfortable or to provide a barrier between the disgusting floor and his turkey sandwich. Every Friday when he brings home his beach towel, it's disgusting. It smells of rotten food and whatever else is on that floor. I would love to ask the board, would any of you like to eat lunch like that every single day? Why are we treating our children like this when the risk of COVID to them is nothing? Another story, my middle child, he's a kindergartner, his mask fell off at the grocery store and he immediately started crying and he covered up his mouth and he said, "Mommy, Mommy, my mask." And I said, "It's okay, Nick, it's okay." Why is my child in tears because his face is not covered? What are we teaching our children? I want to see my beautiful children's faces and smiles and everyone else's children's beautiful faces and smiles. It's time that we end these mandatory COVID mitigations. Our children have been sacrificed for long enough for the safekeeping of triple vaccinated, double mask wearing adults. I'm tired of it. It needs to end. Children are our most valuable asset, the most valuable thing. They deserve so much better than this. History will absolutely not judge us kindly for what we have done to our children. Please make masks optional tonight.
Thank you.
Amen.
Okay, let's go here. If you're going to come up to the podium, please.
Hi, my name is Penelope Fuchsa, and I have been through a lot in fourth grade. My class has sometimes been like taking kids out and pulling them because they have been in contact with someone. And the worst case is that only have 7 kids away in our class. I really want this to stop because my friends, they say, I just hate wearing these masks. They don't help you. And some of the kids in my class, they just say, wear your mask because it protects you, which it doesn't. So that's why I don't want to wear these masks because it's not right.
It was falling. You don't? Okay. Adriana, do you want to say something? You can say something, honey. You're strong.
Hello, I'm Adriana Fuchsa, and I would like to say something. We should have a choice of these masks. We should have a choice. This is not right. All the sick people can choose if they want a mask or they don't want one. So people can choose if they do or don't.
You good? Okay. So sorry about that. So I guess I just don't understand why we're even here and waiting for a vote. I really don't. I don't understand. I don't even know why we're waiting for a board to vote on something that a judge said. It is null and void. The rules that the ISBE and which their administrative bodies, it wasn't a law. And why are we waiting for a board to vote on this, whether we're going to be unmasked or masked? I don't even know. Please vote this way, please vote that way. It really shouldn't even matter. There should be no vote. It should be, hang on, it should really be that this is illegal. The masks are illegal, the quarantines are illegal, the social distancing illegal. There should be no, I don't even know why we're doing a vote. I really don't even understand. Even in the footnote of the judge's ruling, it says this applies to non-plaintiffs. Everybody any child in a school in Illinois, this applies to. So I don't even know why we're here asking for a vote. This is what I don't understand. And going back to like when we talk about lunches and our kids, sitting on the floor, we come to these board meetings, okay? We come to these board meetings and we get people to say these things and you guys listen and you sit there, okay? This is what makes me mad about it, is that you sit there and nothing gets done. We were talking about them sitting on their, Todd brought up, why don't we buy some tables? That's what he said. Why can't we do that? Nope, can't do that. There's never a resolution. We're always waiting. We come here, we got all hyped up, and then it's silent, and we never hear anything back. And that's what I don't like about the board meetings. I don't like that we can comment all we want, and then, Monday morning or whatever, the next day or Friday, whenever the board meetings are, the Friday morning, you don't hear any responses back. You don't hear, okay, this is what was addressed, and this is our response to it. It's not right. The fact that they're eating on the floor.
Thank you.
It's disgusting. It's
Thank
disgusting.
you.
And nothing's ever addressed.
Okay, let's go to the next. All right, we're taking a 2-minute break. 2 minutes. Board is back in session. Let's continue. How about we go to our Ella K. The board is back in session. It's a public meeting. Thank you. Ellie K. Ellie? All right, we'll see if we can find her. Jason Rapison? Okay. It's not The Price is Right. You're like running up here. Thanks, Jason.
I know a lot of people have been here for a while. All right, so let's get started. First, Jason Rapison. I live in Delphi. I have a first grader.
Okay. We cannot hear our speaker. He
Can we
needs
start
to
over?
be given what everyone else is given. We will start over. Thank you. Okay,
All right,
go ahead, Jason.
Jason Rapisan, first grader at Washington and preschooler Jefferson. First, I want to applaud the students, teachers, and administrators at D64 for allowing our students to be in the classroom through both the Delta and Omicron variants. Great job, right? This board tonight, some of you are small business owners. I know Tom has a small business. This is an objective business decision, and it's about your workforce. We heard a lot of emotions today, but we have to look at it from an objective standpoint. So having said all of this, teachers are already overworked. We know that. They're struggling to find administration and aides because teacher aides and things like that, and volunteers are hard to find as well. We get emails, for the last several weeks, we've gotten emails about needing crossing guards and volunteers to help with the drop-off and pickup. So teachers have made these sacrifices and shortage of staff. Why are we going to add any additional risk to our already worn out workforce? We've heard from 6 teachers today, and all 6 teachers have asked that we keep them protected. Again, I'm going to say this. There is no in-person learning if you do not have a healthy workforce. I think we all know that. Okay, this should be an objective decision supported by data. My suggestion is you amend this proposal to say if the positivity rate falls below 3% and the ICU occupancy in Cook County falls below 75%, then the mandate goes away, right? So we're looking at data. Third, I'd like to also say let's get in line with District 207. Some families have high school kids, and some families have middle school and elementary school kids. Let's all stay aligned together. So why don't we look at amending this to take effect on March 1st as an alternate? I would suggest that amendment take place. I would like for you to take care of your workforce. Please take care of your workforce, because without our teachers, we will not have in-person learning. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay.
His name is Sasha.
Okay. Okay. Once again, this is a board meeting. I just need to remind everyone, this is a board meeting. We need to conduct our business. Okay, let us go for 1 second on that. Let me go right here, and then we'll go ahead. You're up. All right.
Hi, I am Ella, and I am 9 years old. And I don't think it is fair that we have to wear masks. Also, if it's illegal for public schools to make you wear a mask, then why are they going to kick you out if you don't wear one? And also, this year, I had to use an inhaler because masks made it hard for me to breathe. And do you really want that to happen to your children? You want them to have to go through what I did. I see the rest of my time to my mom, Elizabeth Joyce. Thank you.
I only told her to say that last part, so.
If you can state your name, please.
Elizabeth Juris. And there's a lot more of you guys here today. Today, many of my children's friends attended school in Illinois with their choice to wear a mask or not for the first time in nearly 2 years. Approximately 200 school districts in Illinois joined the thousands of districts all over our country and our world in providing a mask-optional learning environment for their children. This year, I've been carefully tracking the pandemic trajectory, and there's no evidence that masking kids at school had any effect on community transmission. But Europe already knew that, and so did we, which is why it was never part of our pandemic playbook prior to April 2020. Is there a single scientist today who really believes that a cloth mask is doing anything to stop a respiratory virus? Of course not. Even CNN, Dr. Leanna Wen calls cloth masks, quote, nothing more than facial decoration, end quote. The CDC keeps putting out poorly designed mask studies. First the mannequins, then the fake school districts, most recently the phone a friend survey. We've ignored decades of randomized controlled mask studies, which was summarized in a 2019 WHO document. Quote, there is no evidence that face masks are effective in reducing transmission of laboratory-confirmed influenza, end quote. COVID is no different. Of Dr. Cody Meisner of Tufts Pediatric and Infectious Disease Chief and US FDA Vaccine Advisory Committee says in the fall, quote, people like to put masks on to feel like they are doing something for the pandemic, end quote. Masks are the perception of safety, not actual safety. We need to move away from useless mitigations that don't work and cause actual harm for some of our kids. We need to move to focused protection where individual students can assess their own risk. They can choose to get vaccinated and wear a high-quality mask that provides one-way protection for the wearer if they choose. I've submitted to the board and superintendent an urgency of normal toolkit that was designed by prominent, bipartisan, and multinational doctors and scientists who provide well-documented data supporting a return to normal plan for school districts to follow. I hope you were all able to carefully review it. I'm not standing here telling anyone their kid can't wear a mask. I'm only asking for mask choice.
Thank you.
Health is about more than the mere absence of COVID-19.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, let's go to Sasha Majeski. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. If you can come to the podium.
Hi, my name is Sasha Madejski, or Alex Madejski. Like close 20 miles, 20 minutes away, where's my cousin lives in Schaumburg. There's optional masks. Now getting into my thing, what I wrote. I hate to wear the mask because of all of the bacteria captured inside your mask. It irritates my skin, and I have breakouts. Sorry. Yeah. I constantly touch my face, making my mask dirty. That's it.
Okay. All right. Okay, how about we go to, this is Elizabeth Windu? I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. My apologies. Okay, we'll check on that. Paul Trudeau? He left. Yeah, okay, he did left. Thank you. Okay, Mary Brown. Okay, Mary, please come to the podium. Thank you.
My name is Mary Brown. After 2 years of wearing masks, children are suffering from continued developmental and social harm. The survival rate of COVID is 99.98%. Do I need to repeat that? 99.98% amongst children. Our children's lives have been turned upside down for essentially a non-risk. Last year, fewer kids died of COVID-19 than heart disease, cancerous tumors, suicide, homicide, and drownings. The World Health Organization advises against kids under 5 masking. And children under 11 selectively masking. Many European nations have kept schools open without requiring masks. Even thousands of schools around the country have been open during the pandemic without masks, and there has been no corresponding rise in serious illness. Many students wear cloth masks that provide little to no protection, according to Dr. Lena Wen, that says it's little more than a facial decoration. Many people argue that masking is a small inconvenience for the greater good. However, masking kids is not a damage-free intervention. As an educator myself for more than 12 years, I can tell you that masking negatively affects learning and causes social and emotional harm. Masking impairs verbal and nonverbal communication between teachers and students, limits facial identification, and has physical side effects to some children. Visualization of the entire face is crucial in social and emotional and speech development. Children are not one size fits all. If your child is fine wearing a mask, go ahead. put one on. My child is not, and I'm fighting for parental choice because we, the parents, know what is best for our children. Children have been suffering from mask effects for 2 years, and enough is enough. Teachers and other adults all have the opportunity to get vaccinated. And if they feel uncomfortable or at a higher risk, then they can continue to wear a mask. Again, kids are getting sick despite wearing masks. We are segregating children based on vaccinated status despite wearing the masks. The risks of COVID do not outweigh the emotional and developmental repercussions of continued masking on children. So I ask you, if masks work, why don't they?
Thank you, Mary. Okay. Okay, let us have, if you want to come up, please, and if you can state your name. Thank you.
Good evening, board and community members. My name is Margaret Kuyava. I am here representing my family, specifically my 8-year-old daughter. I wasn't sure whether I was going to speak today, but something my daughter brought home from school made it apparent that I must give voice to that which she dreams of. It has been almost 700 days since our children have had the freedom of learning in a normal environment. I am here to say that I do not support any of the mandates in place. I believe they are a violation of my daughter's rights and are not backed by valid data. Quite the contrary. Mask mandates, especially in schools, do not reduce school or community transmission. The arbitrary method of contact tracing and masking is a violation of my healthy daughter's substantiative due process. Yet these mandates continue to be at the forefront of our children's education. While I say no more, I am here because I want the best for my daughter and all the children in this community that deserve to breathe mask-free. It is time to stop hiding behind the governor and his illegal tactics and listen to the many voices that are not being heard. It is not the job of the school or the government to decide what's best for my daughter and the children of this community. That responsibility belongs to us, the parents. I will leave you with this. My daughter came home and pulled out her I have a dream statement from her red folder. This is it right here. She wrote, I have a dream that no one would be poor because there are some people out there with no shelter. I also dream that coronavirus would stop and nothing would cause us to wear a mask. In the name of my daughter, my family, and my community, I too have a dream. And that is that the board abides by the law and ruling and lifts all mandates tonight and makes them optional.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, let us go to Joanna Adamczewski. I hope I said that correctly. Okay. And yeah, so if you can say it for me, I would appreciate that.
Joanna, and the last name is Adamczewski, and this is my daughter, Isla. All right, wearing masks has physical side effects. Wearing masks impairs face identification. Wearing face masks interferes with verbal and nonverbal communication between teachers and students. Wearing a mask has a detrimental impact on basic communication in a classroom. Demanding my children to be masked is not a matter of protecting our children or teachers. It is delusional and dangerous cult-like behavior. In a recent study, the UK government commissioned a report on the efficacy of masks in school settings. This failed to identify any evidence in favor of the practice of masking. Many children have not seen classmates or teachers since early 2020. This highly affects learning and emotional development. Maintaining aggressive mask policies sends a false message that schools are not safe. This is not true. Activities such as recess and gym have been curtailed at schools due to increased exhalation. While children need these activities to relieve stress, there is a mental health crisis in this country, yet punitive actions that limit social interactions and normal life continue. We know much more now than 2 years ago. It is time to take into account the lack of evidence for mask efficacy and reevaluate mask policies and procedures. If you want to live in fear, go ahead. But what message are we sending our children? I know my facts. I am not afraid. Masking should be a choice. So tonight I stand here with my daughter. I have a voice and I want to be heard. Please unmask our kids. Thank you. And I believe my daughter's right after me, so if she could speak. Thank you.
Okay, yes, let us reset the timer. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Isla. I'm a 5th grader at Franklin. I'm here to speak on masking. You don't know what it's like to be a kid at these times. I want to see faces. I want to see smiles. I want to see my teachers. I miss being able to see my friends' faces and do normal things. The masks must go. I'm speaking for my classmates that don't have a voice. I'm speaking for my friends and all the kids in America.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right, thank you. Okay. If you can please come to the podium and state your name. Thank you.
All right, you guys gonna reset the clock?
Hang on.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, thanks. My name is Jason Smee, and I'm speaking on behalf of my son, a 2nd grader at Roosevelt. First, I want to thank the boards for all its hard work of the past 2 years, even when I've disagreed with it. The best of times, serving on a school board is a thankless job. The past 2 years, I'm sure you wish your job was just thankless. I also appreciate the turnout and the fact so many people in our town care so deeply about their kids. It's also nice to see that our courageous keyboard warriors in town are outnumbered tonight. Second, while I'm here to ask that we move to mask optional, I want to dispel the myth that we are all just a bunch of crazy anti-vaxxers. While I believe this decision should be the choice of every individual in consultation with their doctors, I am triple vaxxed and my son is fully vaxxed. The fact we have this option is truly testament to the miracles of science and capitalism, along with the foresight of the prior administration. I get that we all want what we think is in our children's best interest, but I think all too often during the pandemic, we've been one-sided. At the onset of the disease, excess precautions made sense, but as we become more knowledgeable, we need to think holistically about the risk. We, both as a larger society in Park Ridge, kept kids out of school and activities for too long, and it'll take time to fully assess those costs. We've ignored the real education, social, and emotional impacts of these decisions. Child obesity has soared, and kids are months behind in their education. I'm not a medical expert, but even if I was, it doesn't matter. The reality is that infectious disease experts have one metric in which they're judged, regardless of the impact on the broader society. As elected officials, it is your job to thread the needle and assess the costs and benefits. Kids are low risk. Kids 5 to 14 have a 10.5 times greater chance of death by auto accident, 6.5 times greater chance of suicide, 5 times greater chance of homicide than COVID. And this is all before there was any vaccine for kids. I realize that these changes may be scary for some, and I sympathize, but that's the life of a parent. Our first trip without our kids, sending them off to daycare or eventually they leave the nest, is all scary. But deep down inside, I think we all realize that these costs far outweigh the benefits. Finally, one of my requests is that we give parents the option, and that's the key, the option to determine how to best raise their children. At least I implore the board that before we leave here tonight, we determine the end game. Is it now? Is it some metric? Or is it the cowardice to wait until those whose best interest is not aligned with our children's best interests finally give in?
Okay, thank you, Jason. Okay, let's go to Colette and Gargoni. Is Colette still here? Yes. If you can come to the podium, thank you, Colette.
My name is Colette Angaroni. I just want, before I read what I wrote, did you guys all notice that children that spoke tonight all do not want the mask? There has been no child up here that said they want a mask. I am speaking for we, the people, parents of District 64 and the children, along with taxpayers, to ask this board a direct, simple question. What gives this board the right and power to ignore a statewide court ruling? We should never wait until the TRO is heard and rescinded. Make masks optional now. We, the people, make decisions for ourselves and our families. Our rights have never been given to us by the government, but by God alone. We are a constitutional republic that makes us very different from a democracy. You hang our nation's flag. We say the pledge, yet these actions go against everything that flag stands for. I encourage you to read the Constitution and the Federalist Papers and give us
our rights back now, tonight. I'm going to leave you with an English historian. Quote, Lord John Acdow. He said, power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, the board's going to go on break. 2 minutes. Okay, the board is back in session. If we can please be quiet so the board can conduct their business and let our speakers continue. All right, the next person I have, if I'm reading it correctly, CR. CR? Okay. All right, we'll see. We can go back to that. How about Stephanie Anachin? Stephanie, if you can come to the podium, please. Thanks for your patience.
My name is Stephanie Anacchini. I'm the mother of 2 children in District 64. While vaccinated individuals are generally protected against becoming seriously ill, it does not indefinitely protect them from getting COVID-19. This also does not prevent them from transmitting the virus. Immunocompromised children deserve to attend school without quite literally risking their lives, as well as staff. The Academy of American Pediatrics, along with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, continue to recommend that anyone over 2, regardless of vaccination status, should wear a well-fitted mask indoors. Specifically, it is their recommendation to continue indoor masking for all teachers, staff, students, and visitors to K-12 schools for the 2021-2022 school year. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. You're up, sir. Thank you. If you can come to the podium and state your name. Thank you.
My name is Peter Cholis. I have a 10-year-old at Franklin. I'd like to thank you guys for taking this meeting tonight. I know that a lot of people didn't want you to, right? Typically the ones that want you to keep this mandate going. If you believe anything Anthony Fauci said at all, in March of 2020, he said masks are basically cosmetic and they do nothing. There has been no test since then, not one study that's proven that that is in fact incorrect. To this date, the United States has spent billions of dollars researching millions of different diseases and viruses and treatments and all that. They spent zero last year checking on the efficacy and effectiveness of masks. Don't you wonder why? Tomorrow, if Governor Pritzker wakes up and gets out of bed and decides that he's going to lift the mandate, all the people that are expressing concern about the mask going away because we want our kids to be maskless, what are you going to do? Not send your kids to school? That's going to be a political decision based on his feeling at that time. Delaware, New Jersey, New York, all these other states are lifting their mask mandates at this point, substantially more liberal than the state of Illinois. It's not a political decision at this point. It's a decision of what's right and what's wrong. We have no empirical data that masks work. We have countless anecdotal stories from kids how it's screwing up their lives on a daily basis. I ask you to consider the kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, we have a board meeting. Okay, thank you. All right, Joey Inghoff. Is Joey still here? Okay, I'm just going to make sure. I'm going to call folks. I want to make sure we're getting everyone. All right, Ellie K. Okay, Elizabeth Windu. And then CR and Joey Inghoff.
Denise, if I may, we were told that they went to the gym and asked anyone that wanted to speak to come in and line up, and they lined up here. I'll make sure that is a firm, correct statement, but I believe that's what's going on right now. Everyone that was in the gym that wanted to speak is in the room waiting their turn.
Okay, one more and then we'll get to, how about Dustin Harris? Dustin Harris? Okay, thank you. Okay, once again, this is a board meeting. It's Dustin's time. Thank you.
So my name is Dustin Harris. I've got 2 kids at Field. My daughter has special needs. She's in the instructional classroom. You know, my question for all these people who want the mask to come off is, where did our empathy go as a community? And why aren't we taking our most vulnerable into account? When she went back to school in the fall of 2020, you know, I had reservations because with Down syndrome, there's increased risk not only of catching COVID, but also of the complications that come with catching it. So myocarditis and other diseases that actually were concerning for me. Unfortunately, because of my situation at the time, I didn't have any control whether or not she returned to the classroom, even though my son was remote at the time. When they tried to integrate the classes back together, they went to move her into lunch with the conjoined classroom. And my question to them is, why are we taking her from this contained classroom setting with 9 other kids, moving her into a community setting with the rest of her, you know, normal, typical classroom, and taking her mask off to eat lunch with all of these kids instead of keeping them contained, instead of exposing all these kids to additional, you know, exposure. I have that same concern today. She's vaccinated. My son does not have a problem wearing a mask. She does not have a problem wearing a mask. And even if it's a 2% risk that she could get COVID from the other kids in the school who are choosing not to wear a mask, that's a risk I don't want to take as a parent, and I can't understand why us as a community would want to take that risk either.
Thank you. Okay. All right, let's go to Lindsay. All right, we're going to break. Thank you, Nikki. Steve, are you still here?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Steve is our legal representation. Okay. All right, thank you. All right, the board is back. Let's look at Lindsay Koski. Lindsay, are you still here? Okay. Alia Bagna, I am not going to say that name well. Ala? Okay, all right, thank you so much. You have to say your name for me.
My name is Alla Bagrianska. So I'm a parent of a kid of my daughter from 4th grade in Franklin, and my son talked. He is 8th grader. So a lot was said, and I have like notes here. It's like probably a bad idea that I didn't make it right. But I will start from my daughter. My daughter was supposed to be here, but I told her don't come because it's late for her. That's what she wrote. Imagine yourself sitting on the cold floor listening to the speech. How would you feel? She was meaning you. All the children in the school of District 64 and other districts in Illinois feel that way. But for a whole 30 minutes, if you are sitting on the floor for the speech, you would only be sitting for 5 or 10 minutes, but not for lunch. These kids have to sit on the floor for 30 minutes, only getting up to throw away something or to go to the bathroom. They cannot go to their seats because there is a person already sitting in their groups, and they have to be 3 feet apart. This is kind of sad story of the lunch there. So I was here, it was my second time, it was in summer, and we were just confused, and everybody was trying to do their best not to get into any legal problems. I've seen you guys, and like fingers were pointed, who is in charge, who were like, we need to listen, and I was confused too. So I don't, but over this time, I knew it doesn't make sense. Things were changing, mask, no mask. The superintendent last time didn't remember how many days we're supposed to quarantine because it's confusing. I see 15, 20 kids sent away for quarantine for no reason. I just want to see the data if they're really sick after. I don't see kids getting sick. It's already? Oh my gosh.
Okay.
So I just read this document here, and it made me crystal clear that we were like lied by the government, and it's clear we can do better actually, and we are.
All right, time is up. Thank you. Okay, next here, if you can join us at the podium and state your name.
My name is Chandra Kearney, and I have 4 children here in Park Ridge, 2 at 207 and 2 at D64. I understand that the district, the board, and the teachers are at a very difficult position. I understand that the district was not named in the suit, but the ruling allows for people to sue the district for violating our due process if the district upholds the mandate. The motion to stay the TRO has not been granted yet, so we must follow this ruling. Because we do not know the agreement that the teachers entered into for the return-to-person teaching, we hope that this will not affect the board's decision who represents us. Due process aside, what I and many others here are asking is to make the masks optional. If we are following science, then we need to see what happens when the option is given to us not to wear the masks. In order to see if it will make a difference, we must also see the other side. Many districts and states have decided on this path. My daughter tested positive weeks ago. The night before she was tested, she sat right next to her own twin for 6 hours on their iPads. They shared popcorn and watched a movie in the same bed. She stayed home to quarantine, yet her twin could go back based on the guidelines. How is it that the other 5 of us did not get sick? How is this logical? We do not wear masks at home, but none of this, again, is logical. Mask distancing and vaccinating have not worked, as a majority of families have had COVID in the last few months with all 3 in place. Are we safer? Maybe. Has it stopped COVID? No. I know my daughter is back on 3 medicines because of masks. This is not my opinion. but is what her pediatrician says. She has asthma. If you uphold the mandate, how will you handle the schools that are allowing mask optional when they come to our school for activities? By canceling their activities? How can you explain to the kids at the majority of local schools in Park Ridge and Niles that they can be without masks?
Thank you. Okay. Okay, Katerina Majeski.
That was my daughter.
Okay, I was wondering.
I can yield the time.
I was wondering about that. Okay. How about Susan Sweeney? If you can come to the podium, thank you.
Thank you. I would ditto that all of the brave children that have spoken tonight have talked about the negative impact on them wearing masks. God bless them, and I hope you listen to them. The judge ruled it isn't complicated. If you haven't read the TRO, please do so. We should follow the rule of law and respect due process. This was never given legislative approval. It was an executive branch overreach, as the judge ruled. As of Friday, this was ruled illegal, and not just for those districts in the suit. There is no stay granted by the court that postpones this decision in a court of law, telling us we need to wait and abide by Pritzker's rule until an appeal is ruled on in order to decide. She made the ruling, and it's illegal now, and it applies to more than just the 172 districts that are now on board. The mandates are null and void. Therefore, how can you actually continue to enforce this mandate? Have you thought about that? A decision needs to be made now to make masks optional. I've heard the board member may consider making a motion to amend the vote tonight, asking the board to vote on what the guidelines will be after the appeal process is finished, and not what they will be from tonight moving forward. That is a significant change to the agenda item. Everybody should read the agenda item for tonight and what has been posted by law in the Open Meetings Act. I would venture to guess that it could even be a violation of the Open Meetings Act if you don't vote on what is actually in the agenda item tonight. So I hope that you will be doing so. And if you don't, I think it's a cowardly way to dodge any responsibility. We want you to vote tonight to go mask optional, not in 2 to 3 weeks, or however long the appeal takes. We need a decision now. The school districts can put an end to this right now if they choose. You have the authority, and the authority lies with each one of you as school board members that are elected by all of us. So please support the action on the agenda tonight and vote yes. Thank you.
Okay. Once again. Okay. Next. You can go ahead. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ursula Walenzowitz. I'm here to discuss why I believe we need to go mask optional in our schools. Again, I say optional, not mask-free. Give everyone a choice. I don't expect everyone who doesn't feel safe to remove their masks. And if masks and vaccines work, you should feel safe having the vaccine, booster, and wearing a mask, or even two. I want my children to have a choice, just like your children can have a choice to wear them. These kids have been in masks for almost 700 days, haven't seen their peers' expressions in 700 days. They haven't seen laughter in 700 days. They haven't been able to see their teachers' faces, some of them ever. They haven't been able to see if someone is happy or sad for 700 days. What an awful world to only see eyes and not any noses or mouths, so they can actually see expressions like we are supposed to see. I think that's a lot for a child's mental health. We keep saying these kids are resilient. I am seeing how the last 700 days is affecting my kids. I have 4 boys. These masks are causing them acne, speech and reading delays, ear pain, and throat clearing issues. When my kids were in speech at Jefferson, the speech therapist would say, "Look at my mouth," when teaching them. Kids that are learning need to see the lips, to be able to read lips. I was recently talking to an elderly woman, and she had on a mask and was behind plexiglass. I had a hard time hearing her. The mask muffled her speech so much, I can't imagine how these kids are learning with a dirty cloth on their mouths all day long, day in and day out. We have had enough. The brain needs oxygen to grow. We heard people speak today with a mask on and without a mask on. When I heard people speak with a mask on, I had trouble hearing them. I was able to hear the ones that were maskless. So give us a choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next, it looks like Sal, and I cannot make out the last name. Okay, Sal, if you can come to the podium.
Hey guys, I just want to make the point. I mean, you guys are sitting there, you're listening, hopefully. I don't know if it's really going to change your opinion, but some observations I made. We stress decorum and treating our neighbors like ourselves. Right out the gate, people come here, there's a divide people, hide them. I don't even know what the reason was. I asked clearly, what is it, a fire hazard? Is it health related? There's more people in that room than here. These are just tactics to divide people, get people demoralized, to think it's clear how many people feel this way. You'd like to maneuver things and make it seem like this is a wild fringe minority, and it's not. So the whole theater about people not being able to clap, I mean, when did this start? These rules are they're toxic. I do want to say, though, I don't like seeing people bickering here. We shouldn't be bickering with each other. The problem came from a government that overstepped its boundaries and involved itself in the things that the community should handle here. That's who the problem is.
Are you addressing the board?
That's who the problem. Well, they listen more than the board. So the freedomparkridge@gmail.com is an email we're trying to organize, because ultimately, unless we get people willing to run who will listen to us, not agree with us 100%, but listen, consider, and actually respond to what the demands of the community are, we're never going to get anywhere. You guys are going to do what you want to do. Now, for the kids, Louis, awesome. A lot of these kids that spoke, it's awesome to hear it. And just honestly, teach these kids basic civics so we don't find ourselves in the spot we're in right now. The law is clear. It's been settled. You don't even have to vote. You cannot enforce these rules any longer. If people want to come, now these people are good, decent people, and they don't want to cause trouble, but if they were to say, you know what, you're making up laws like put a unicorn horn on to come into the school, you can't enforce this stuff. So are you going to put the people in position where they're going to have to come and feel like they're breaking some kind of rule? Or are you just going to say, you know what, we can't enforce it, let people do what they think's right for their families?
Thank you, Sal. Okay. Are we okay? Yeah. Okay. All right. You can come to the podium if you can state your name, please. Once again, if we can please hear the speaker. If you can state your name before you get started, thank you.
Hi, I'm Juliana Lopez de Philbrook. I have one child currently at Jefferson and another child that I expect to attend D64 schools as soon as she's old enough. I am appalled that a special meeting has been convened to vote on whether or not the district will be following the recommended safety guidelines put forth by the CDC, our nation's premier source for information to combat deadly contagious diseases. For the life of me, I cannot understand how this is even an issue, when all the evidence points to the fact that wearing masks prevents the spread of airborne contagions, a fact that we have known for decades. And currently, our country and the world are still fighting to keep COVID and whatever the latest variant happens to be out there under control. While I am sure no one needs to be reminded of this, it bears repeating. COVID is, in fact, a deadly airborne contagious disease, the exact type that masks help to protect us from. Simply put, all the evidence points to the fact that masks save lives. An argument we've heard a lot lately about is choice. Parents want the choice to raise their kids how they see fit, and I absolutely agree. They should. But that doesn't mean parents get to put all of our children at risk because they don't agree with science, especially when a percentage of children don't even have a vaccine available to them yet. If a parent wants their child not to wear a mask, if they want to knowingly put their child at risk, then they have the choice to start homeschooling. It is free, online, and available to all. We don't give people the choice to drive drunk. We do not give people the choice to drive drunk simply because they do not wish to comply. A global pandemic that has killed nearly 6 million human beings worldwide seems like the best reason to listen to science. We need to keep the mask mandate in place in our schools. I hope that you will do what's right for us all and not listen to those among us that are scared that they're losing their rights as parents. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next I have Terry Generis. Is Terry Generis still here? Okay. Lisa Talbert. Lisa Talbert, if you could come to the podium, thank you.
I'm here to talk about a lifelong, life-changing medical issue that can arise from COVID that very few know about or talk about: type 1 diabetes. COVID has such a strain on the immune system, it can trigger a predisposition of an autoimmune disorder, including diabetes. According to the CDC in a report from January 14th of this year, which cites data from European countries, children less than 18 years old are 31% more likely to be diagnosed with type 1 diabetes after having COVID. I want to prevent this from happening to more District 64 families. My daughter was in kindergarten when she found out that her pancreas wasn't going to make insulin anymore. We spent 4 days in the hospital learning how to manage it, and we were lucky. Some kids at diagnosis are on their deathbeds. The study says that kids who are diagnosed with diabetes after COVID are more likely to be extremely sick and just hours away from death. Until type 1 was part of our life, I had no idea what it took to thrive and survive with diabetes. I don't wish it upon anyone else, anyone. I strongly feel that masks will prevent more District 64 kids from being diagnosed with COVID and therefore type 1 diabetes. Since I didn't know much about diabetes before it hit my home, let me give you a glimpse. Managing type 1 diabetes is a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week challenge. We give her 7 shots a day just so she can stay alive. We wake up in the middle of the night to give my daughter a juice box or insulin, and sometimes have to wake up again 2 hours later. We count carbs and dose her insulin 10 minutes before she eats anything. The wrong amount of insulin could kill her or could cause significant health issues as she gets older. My daughter is strong and brave. While getting COVID doesn't guarantee a type 1 diagnosis, scientists have clearly shown that the chances are greatly increased.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. William Klein. Is William here? All right. How about Nancy May? Nancy? Okay. One more left on this list. Tina Popovic? She might have spoken. I think she spoke already.
My wife went up earlier. I'm going. My name is Peter Popovic. I'm the wife. That's my wife, Christina Popovic. What's going on here? I just want to ask a question, because you guys don't seem to care about anything. You just sit there and stare at the screens. Who cares? We bring you a story. Who cares? You just look at it. What are you guys looking at? Facebook, Instagram? I'm being serious. Does anyone? Oh, you can laugh. Yeah, go ahead. But seriously, I mean, Eric Olson, you, my daughter and my son were escorted out of school because they didn't wear a mask today, and you were the coward that didn't even ask
So
them.
there's not individual comments about people. So if you want to say a general comment, you
Is
can.
there any other rules that I need to know? Yes. Any other rules you want to make up? No clapping, no talking, no breathing, no. I mean, seriously, this is, you guys are doing something wrong. And either you guys are getting paid under the table and you guys are getting money on the side, and this is why you're doing it, because this is definitely not driven by science. This is not driven by, being a good, decent person. You guys are sitting there being evil for no reason. I know you guys are going to vote, and I know you guys are going to just blow it off, and you guys are going to be like, we'll wait for the governor. But you know what? You guys will get voted out. And when you guys will get voted out, we will remember every single one of your names, especially you, Eric Olson. And I don't care. Because this is too much. Yeah, I got 40 seconds left. Keep looking at the time. I'm going to use it all. I don't care if I have to sit here and tie my shoe. That's all. All I'm just saying is you guys know you guys are wrong. And I don't care about the other people that you told them to sneak in and talk about good about wearing a mask. What is good about wearing a mask? Unless you're trying to hide your face, because you're a criminal, what is good about wearing a mask? Can anyone tell me that? Yeah, what? No one's talking to you, fat boy. Jesus Christ, every fat person here is the one that's saying, oh, I gotta wear a mask.
The board's
Lose some
taking a
fucking weight.
10-minute recess. 10-minute recess for the board, 10 minutes. Thank you. The board, I think, needed a break. Okay. Okay, so we are going to go to our next speaker is Ella Kay. If you want to come to the podium. Thank you. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm a parent of a former, current, and hopefully a future student of District 64. I am standing here tonight in front of the school board, parents and children, to advocate for my children's rights to go maskless immediately. I'm sorry. For the past 2 years, I've written it down. I'm not a good speaker, but I'm speaking from my heart. For the past 2 years, I have watched my child, my lovely daughter, change from an outgoing, happy girl into a lonely, sad, masked up, a teenager who does not want to hang out with friends, who keeps to herself, who's having emotional and now educational issues. I do have a little one at home who should be starting kindergarten next year at District 64. And my heart breaks when I send them to school every morning with their masks on. And when they come back home, I cringe upon when I see their wet, disgusting, filthy, chewed up masks. My little one, who is now learning to socialize and to recognize emotions and to see how to live and how to behave and how to, I'm sorry, I'm repeating myself, how to recognize emotions. And he tells me, oh, Mommy, you know what? I'm not sure if my friends are smiling, if they're happy or not, but I try to look at their eyes to realize what they're doing. And this makes me feel as a failure as a parent because of this, because we've put up with this for too long. And I'm asking you to please give us a choice. If anybody wants to mask their children, I'm all for it. That's their choice, and they can do it. But please let our children live a normal life.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We have, next we have Philip Jablonski, if you can come to the podium.
Hi, my name is Philip Jablonski, and I'm a sixth grade student at Emerson. I've been wearing a mask for 7 hours a day for almost 2 whole years now. Now that I'm at new school, transitioning into middle school, it's harder for me to recognize teachers' faces and their emotional expressions. I've also not been able to see most of my friends' faces each day. According to the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, American citizens have the freedom of expression. As an American citizen, I have my full right to express myself by not wearing a mask. I know that some people are scared and afraid of COVID-19 and want to wear a mask. I fully respect that, but for me, I want my friends to be able to see my face and me, theirs. I want to make masks optional depending on what the students and parents think. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Okay, I just want to make sure we haven't missed anyone. Elizabeth Windu. Thank you. And then CR and Joey Ingnoff. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Lindsay Koski. Terry Generis, William Klein, Nancy Mai. Okay. All right. How about Rosemary Inghoff? Thank you. All right. C. Bowles. All right. Peter, I think Peter might have spoken. Peter T., it looks like. Okay. Christina Hedis. All right, Jason S. All right, so just making sure. Megan Reaney. Okay, why don't we have the next person here please come to the podium. Thank you.
Okay, hello. My name is Angie May. I have 6 children here in Park Ridge. I have been raising children for 21 years here in Park Ridge, and I would just like to say, please unmask our children. We live in one of the greatest communities ever. I'm so blessed to be here. I'm so blessed to be a part of this community. I just wanted to share my personal story and maybe offer some perspective from a different point of view. 9.5 years ago, I was widowed. My husband was tragically killed. This community, bless you, this community came and rallied around me and my children and literally, mentally, and physically saved us when that tragic accident happened. 2 years ago, our home burned down. 3 hours after our home burned down, this community, the people sitting behind me, came and offered food, clothing, money, anything and everything you could possibly ask for. District 64 board, never once did I ever see anybody come to my door and try to help me and my children. It was the community, it was the families, it was the children that live in Park Ridge. We are District 64. The humans, the parents, we care more about our children than anybody sitting on this board will ever care about our children. We want only the best. We want our children to be healthy and happy, and we want our kids to have a normal, regular childhood. We are District 64, and we are asking for you to please unmask our children today. Thank you.
Okay. All right, please let us continue with the meeting. It's getting late. All right, Bodo Jadek. Bodo, is that person still here? Okay. Beata Kiwakowski. Okay. David Charlton. Okay. Martin Staunton. Thank you. Chris Shanowich, I believe that person spoke as well. Okay. Chandra Kearney, I think we just called. Okay, Margaret Kijuana. Is Margaret still here? Okay. Daniela Fuchsa, I believe she spoke. Ella Juris. Okay. How about the next person here, please? Thank you. If you can please state your name.
Yeah. Hi, my name's John McCarty. I've got 3 kids, and 2 in Lincoln and 1 in Roosevelt. I get these emails every day, essentially, telling me that X people have COVID or out for COVID, and I think Eric Olson sent an email at one point saying like 11% of the kids were out with COVID and 17 or 18% of the staff or something like that. It was crazy. It seems to me like 40-50% of the kids have had COVID. And yeah, you can get COVID again because it mutates and stuff like that, but the incidence of reinfection are very low. So it sounds to me that quite a number of the students have natural protection to this disease. It's silly to make them wear this mask. But beyond that, let's go back to that ruling that just came down. The effect of the ruling is that the mask mandates are now what is called a modified quarantine measure under the IDPH regulation. And that means it's subject to the Public Health Act, which gives everybody that is subject to a quarantine due process rights that were being denied to them by that September 17th order. That means you're exposing the school district to all the legal consequences associated with that if you want to continue forward with the mask mandate. That's something you are now doing without the protection of the state. So while you're not subject to the order that says you must not, you are now open to the liability associated with it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. All right. How about Angie May? Angie May. Okay. Thank you. All right. Kiro Karnas. Okay. How about next, please? Oh, Kira, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Carl Karnas. I'm an 8th grade student at this very school, and I'm here to give you my point of view of, well, going through COVID in this school. I start off my day going to the bus. And what do we have to do? We have to wear a mask. I get on the bus. Nobody wears a mask. It's either under the nose or it's completely off. We enter school under the nose. Walk past the halls, principal telling everybody, put on your mask, put on your mask. Walk past her, mask goes down. Get into the class, first period. Masks are down, believe it or not. Teacher says, mask check, mask goes up. 5 minutes later, mask goes down. Same goes for second period, third period, fourth period. They don't care. Lunch. Okay, we get to take our masks off because we got to eat. Makes sense. After that, we have our elective courses. Not once in my elective courses have I been reminded to put on my mask. And any other student there, it's always under the nose or completely off. So could you guys please tell me, do you really care about the students in these schools? And what's the point of the mask if no one's going to follow the rules? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Let's go to our next person, please. If you can come to the podium and state your name.
Hi, my name is Michael Ponzio. I have 4 children in Park Ridge. I've given so much thought to this. Now, the last 2 years have been insanely polarizing. No matter which side you're on this topic, you can go online or on social media and find something that proves you right. The fact is, every single person in this room wants to do what's right for their children and what's best for their children. The other fact is that nobody has the right or know-how to tell someone what's best for their own child. It just doesn't work like that. I work in food service. I worked through the entire pandemic. I fed first responders, hospital workers, homeless people, and took care of my staff. I watched firsthand every single day people interacting throughout the pandemic. Now, I don't protest. I don't judge people for wearing masks, and I don't care whether someone's vaccinated or not. The only thing that's important to me is the safety and well-being of my family. Are my children safe? Are they learning properly? Are they living a happy life of compassion and filled with joy? The truth is, my kids are not the same as they were 2 years ago. I understand that at the beginning of this pandemic, we threw everything we had at the virus because we had no idea what we were fighting against. We had no weapons, no data, no protection, but a lot has changed. The amount of anxiety that I see in my children makes me very uncomfortable as a parent, especially with the terrifying rise of childhood suicides, obesities, and developmental setbacks. One of my sons has never had an opportunity to experience school without a mask. That means he's never seen the compassionate look of a teacher, nonverbal cues of joy, dissatisfaction, or pride. He's never had the benefits of learning social interactions properly. I don't think there's a single person in this room who is saying that masks should be forbidden. However, I do believe that my children deserve an opportunity, as do many others, to go back to normalized sense of self-security, an opportunity for proper interactions, and to be in an environment that is not ruled in fear and stress. That's why I, as a parent of 4 young children, am asking the mask mandate to be lifted. I think everyone has a right to their own children's safety and education, but I don't think one group should dictate for the rest. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next person. If you can come to the podium and state your name, please.
My name is Arabella Spandieri, and I'm in 8th grade here at Emerson. I just want to start off with this is I think the longest I've been in here without my mask on, and it's crazy to think about because except lunch, obviously we get 10 minutes tops with our mask on, and even when we're walking in the lunch lines to get our lunch, we still have to put our mask on, and when we're paying whatever. But I just don't know how you guys can I'm assuming some of you guys have kids, and I don't know how you guys see your kids have to go through this, and I'm sure they tell you every day how bad it was or how they don't like these masks, and I just don't get how you guys as the board don't get oh, maybe we should say something about this, or we should stop this because it's obviously getting to the kids, and it's making us depressed. We can't see our friends. In 6th grade, less than half of my year got cut off. 3rd trimester got cut off, and then my whole middle school was absolutely blown because of this whole thing. 6th grade, okay, I get it. It was like the big part of COVID. Like, I get that. But 7th grade, you got the teachers emailing like, oh, hybrid. There was like 5 students in a class. We had to wear masks. The teachers would like triple, quadruple mask. And I don't get why, because we had shields and we were all like 30 feet apart from each other in a small classroom. But like, I don't get how you can see, like Carl said, because we walk through the hallways and like nobody does it because we can't stand it. We don't like, it's uncomfortable, and like and even in PE we have to wear them. We're all spread apart and we're sweating, like we'll run and we're sweating and we have to keep them on. And nobody does it. Nobody does it. Like, we hate it. We hate it so much, and I don't know how you guys just don't stop it.
Thank you.
At all.
Thank you. All right. Okay. Next for a public comment. If you can please state your name as you come to the podium.
Yolanta Jablansky. My son, he spoke a few minutes ago. I want to bring something to your attention. I was born and raised in a communistic country. So I know exactly how there is to be control. I came to this country 20 years ago, just to live in a free country. In the last 2 years, what I see, it's everybody, adults, kids, they control. Nobody can speak freely. Everybody, they scared. Wear a mask, don't wear a mask. Get vaccinated, don't get vaccinated. I am not judging. Everybody should answer for themselves. If they would like to protect themselves and wear masks, go ahead. Wear 1, 2, 3. But give our kids and their parents a choice. Because right now, statistics said the last 2 years, how many students have a mental health problem due to pandemic? There is nothing positive. All of a sudden, even school become politically correct, incorrect. The kids don't enjoy the schools anymore. Please give us a right to make decisions for ourselves and for our kids. And give us a choice. And give choice to yourself. I understand you cannot speak if you pro-mask or not. It's your private opinion, but give us a choice and give the kids choice. Because at the end of the day, it's a free country. Right?
All right.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, once again, we are at a board meeting. Okay. Our next speaker.
In America.
If you can state your name, sir.
Sure. My name is Matt Lasky. I've got 3 kids in the district. So I'm concerned that the district has not taken the appropriate steps given the TRO filed on February 4, and that the district's inaction has left itself exposed to certain and swift legal and financial liability. The mask, no mask argument is no longer the issue. That's an opinion-based argument, not a legal one. The current issue before you now is the fact that a TRO is in place, it is the law of the land, and the district is not following the law. Regardless of whether or not D64 is a named defendant is also a non-issue, since the COVID-19 mitigation measures that the district put in place were built on executive orders that have been nullified. Footnotes 39 and 40 of the TRO change the narrative here because they specifically state that the court found the ISB and IDPH emergency rules null and void. It's like you've built a house on a foundation and the walls of that foundation have just collapsed. Therefore, the house falls with it. The TRO specifically states that Pritzker's executive orders violated students' due process rights, and those rights give students a meaningful opportunity to object to any such mitigations being levied against them. The path of least exposure here is to go mask optional immediately. There is a reason that there are over 200 districts in Illinois that have gone this route since the ruling was issued on Friday afternoon, and only 146 of them were named defendants. Going the mask optional route keeps those districts in line with the TRO and legally compliant. If a stay to the TRO is granted, then we revert back to the mask mandates that were in place when the appeals process plays out. If the TRO gets overturned on appeal, same thing, mask mandates back in effect. I urge all of you to remove any social, political, or philosophical biases you might have and look at this from a legal point of view. By staying the course and waiting for the appeal process to play out, you are opening the door to lawsuits that are sure to follow. I, as a District 64 taxpayer, do not want to see the district's operational fund drained by defending and or paying out settlements to civil rights lawsuits because the district kept an illegal policy in place.
Thank you. Okay, okay. How about other speakers?
May I have another 30 seconds? Since nobody else wants to talk?
All right, so hang on. Let's see if anyone else wants to speak who hasn't had an opportunity, I think, first.
Sure.
Okay, if you haven't had an opportunity to speak, if you can come to the microphone and state your name.
My name is Keith Krause. I was watching at home and I had to come over here.
Can you say your name again?
Keith Krause. First of all, we would like to thank you, my wife and I, for the impossible position that you've been put in. I think everybody here should recognize that. Masks are the focal point. But what we'd like to see is a gradual move in that direction, at least. We're at a sports game today at Carpenter. The water fountains are turned off. I mean, we're still at DEFCON 9. And we believe that we should be at 5. Omicron is an R factor of 14. Everybody's going to get it. Viruses diminish with lethality with each evolutionary process. It's time for us to throttle back a little bit. Our children are ready to have more freedoms, and I think society is ready for them as well. 7 countries in the European Union have now eliminated all restrictions, and I think it's time for us to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, are there any other public comments? Okay, you can speak.
Thank you. You guys already know I'm Daniel from Park Ridge. I just wonder, I'm new to the Park Ridge. I'm assuming the board has a secretary, right? I would be interested on your minutes to include how many people was pro for ayes and how many was for nays. If my counting is right, was 5 parents, there was for nays and 6 teachers for nays. And the rest of probably hundreds of parents here was for moving to remove the mask, or not remove the mask, sorry, for giving the option to the parents. And for the lady that said that we should homeschool my kids, I give her the option to mask her kids. And how she dared to tell me, she has the audacity to, after I'm paying $15,000 on taxes on the school district, $15,000 to tell me to homeschool my kids. Give me the option to send my kids with no mask. I give you the option to send the kids with mask. That's all.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, that concludes. Do we have another public? Okay. Come to the microphone if you can state your name.
Good evening. I have 2 children in D64.
Hang on 1 second. Hang on 1 second. We want to make sure you have your time. There you go.
Good evening. I have 2 children in D64.
Can you please state your name?
Denise. And my family has been part of the district for the past 3 years. For the people that addressed the disregard of the TRO and optional masks directly, I thank them. To the board, I appreciate your time and I do not envy your position. Being on a board is a thankless job and it is impossible to please everyone. I think the board comes together to address the problems as best they can. However, I want to address the poor leadership at the helm of District 64. I fully believe that the head of the administration team continues to put all board members in a terrible position. The district communication sent to all families late Sunday disregarded the TRO that was put into place, treating it as if it does not apply to D64. The superintendent and board know fully well that masks should be optional and that the TRO should be upheld in D64. Yet everyone remains complicit, instead calling an emergency meeting. Today, in a recent development, Governor Pritzker indicated he expects the mask requirements to change in the next few weeks. This was also communicated to local district staff. It was also communicated, quote, "We have been advised we are not able to exclude students solely because of mask non-compliance. D64 is choosing not to accept this and choosing not to make a decision. Instead, they are allowing the board to take the fall. We have terrible leadership and the board should be looking for a replacement, someone to lead with intent to make things better for our district. Arrogance, combativeness, and just being here to do a job
So
is not..."
that's about an individual, please.
Okay. Everything under this leadership is haphazard, poorly communicated, and poorly executed. We all choose to live here because of the community and for the majority of the schools. D64 continues to let us down with poor leadership. If the board is too ineffective and too weak to stand up for the kids against an unfair super, they are useless.
Thank you.
Remember, it's all about the kids.
Your time
We
is up.
entrust you
Thank
with
you.
the education, safety, and well-being, which is a privilege that has recently been betrayed, and no one is
Your
above the law.
All right. Okay, I believe this ends our public comment. Does the board need a break? Are we ready to go into our discussion? Take a break? Break? Okay. All right, let's take a quick 2 minutes just to stretch and then let's get to our discussion. Okay, so we are, all right, Nikki, Steve, just tell us you're still here.
Still here.
Okay, once again, we are conducting a meeting. We need to hear one another. I just want to point out, the board has received, looks like 225 emails. Some of those are emailed public comments. As we have done the past 3 meetings, those will be posted on the board website tomorrow and included in the next board packet for our next board meeting. So thank you for sharing those. Okay, so now we have discussion and revision to the District 64 Health and Safety Guidelines for in-person learning. This is an action item. So before we get into the action item, do we have questions? Does the board have questions that we want addressed?
I have questions for our attorneys. I have questions for, I have a lot of questions.
Okay. So, did you want to ask?
I can't vote without asking a bunch of questions, is what I'm saying.
Well, you told me earlier you're not going to talk much.
I'm not going to talk much. I'm just going to ask a bunch of questions.
Okay. So I think you had questions for our attorney, did you
Yes.
not? Okay. You want to start with that, Tom?
Sure. So our attorney is here. They're just here via telephone and not in person. So they represent the board. They give us advice so that we can make decisions based on, based on law.
So, Tom, did you have a question?
We represent you.
So remember, this is not a conversation. This is not a town hall. The board needs to, this is a really tough decision, as many of you have said. Okay, we need to discuss the issue. The board needs to discuss amongst ourselves and with our attorney who is on and our other board member. So Tom, your question?
Okay. This board is potentially going to decide this evening whether they would like to make masks optional or keep them mandatory, along with potentially some other mitigations for COVID-19. In light of what happened in Sangamon County, if this board chooses to make masks optional, is there any liability to the board to make that decision?
So this is a question for
Yes.
Steve. Go ahead, Steve.
Yes. The liability to the district, if masks were made optional, is on a few levels. First, on the same day that the TRO was issued in Sangamon County, the governor did reissue executive orders, again, reissuing all of the mask mandates and close contact exclusions that are the subject of the lawsuit. So the reissued executive order of Friday is untouched by the TRO, although, of course, if you follow the reasoning of the TRO, then there's no reason, if the preceding executive orders were an overstep, there's no reason you wouldn't think that the newly issued one wasn't an overstep as well. But nonetheless, it's an order that is in place, an executive order. So for violating the executive order, what can happen? Well, as you know, there's this process of recognition that ISB the Illinois State Board of Education has attempted to use against districts that weren't requiring masks. And so many districts sort of started down the road of this non-recognition process, probably about 50 throughout Illinois. And some were kind of brought to the brink of being non-recognized, and part of the consequence of being placed on probation by ISB and moving towards non-recognition is that postseason play was not allowed for athletics, so that opportunity was lost. And then were those districts to proceed all the way to non-recognition, then it would have resulted in unavailability of state and federal funding. But in addition to that, you could face bargaining demands from unions, as well as accommodation requests or challenges from other individual students or staff, particularly from those who are medically vulnerable. So in addition, so there's a chance that TRO will be stayed as soon as tomorrow. And if that's the case, then legally the landscape is exactly as it was on Thursday. And if that happens, then the district is operating contrary to an applicable legal requirement for which potential liability could result.
So,
and we're also back to weighing your own. Let's assume that the stay isn't granted, right, and that TRO remains in effect, and that we have this sort of plausible legal argument here for saying we're not allowed to require masks, right? So if we follow that logic, well, then what you're back to is just weighing your own local risks in terms of student safety, liability, and tort immunity, which I think you may recall there was a brief moment last summer where districts were told that it was a local decision. And the tough part of being in that spot is that you were asked to make that decision, and maybe your board, I don't recall if your board actually just temporarily had that choice at a board meeting or not, but for the districts that I've worked with that did have that choice, they were between a rock and a hard place because the public health authorities do recommend, the CDC, the IDPH, the local health departments do recommend the measures of masking and close contact, tracing and exclusion, and testing. And so we have this sort of problem of what basis, so the experts, right, the public health experts are saying this is what should be done. And so you would be sort of going against an applicable, standard of care, as it were, arguably, for which the district could, yes, potentially be liable if injury were to result and if it could be kind of proven or allocable to, the decision whether to require masks or not, which is a lot of ifs,
Hey,
so
wait, let me
anyway,
just
bottom
finish.
line.
I got a follow-up question, and I'm pretty much done. So having heard that side, same question, opposite way. If we don't remove the masks and we keep them, do we subject ourselves and open ourselves up to lawsuits? Are we violating individuals' rights to due process? And do we subject this board to potential lawsuits, not only for violating what could potentially be considered our obligation to follow a TRO even though we're not named, and also are we opening ourselves up to lawsuits from people who may claim that their children have been made sick by being forced to wear masks all day?
So, as you mentioned, the district is not a party, to the lawsuit. So this, order is not entered by a court that has jurisdiction over the district. And I want you to also know that although this judge found that due process is required, which let me explain what that is. Actually, it's an individualized determination for each person for whom we would be ordering a mask, which by its, so you wouldn't be able to require a mask as a general rule. It would require this sort of individualized determination that under the particular facts applicable to that person, it would be warranted, which I think you can probably tell just by describing that would be fairly unworkable, right? I mean, so it just means you wouldn't be able to require it as a rule, right, for masks. Okay, so let's this due process argument has been rejected by other judges in the state of Illinois previously, although there's at least one other judge in another circuit court that also agreed with it. So this is by no means, a clear answer in the law, and it's really hard to bet where it's going to go on appeal. But yes, is there liability? I mean, you've heard tonight there are certainly, the judge's order really invites, right, non-compliance by individuals to some extent throughout the state who are not named plaintiffs.
So liability.
So this will inevitably cause people to file copycat lawsuits that, based on this same argument. Although, that said, sort of a copycat or duplicative lawsuit against your district filed in Cook County. I mean, it's not clear that a Cook County judge. I mean, that by the time that this even came to any kind of a briefing or determination, I think that the 4th District Appellate Court will have spoken and will have something like a little bit more clear in terms of guidance as to, whether masks can be just imposed as a rule or not. And also, I should also mention one thing that's not at issue in the TRO is whether school districts actually have the authority to require masks on their own without making that sort of individualized due process determination. And that's a serious question that the judge left unanswered in the TRO order. And so what we have is this whole, alternative basis, right, for this authority that if anyone were to file a suit in Cook County against your district, we would have many, many defenses. And it obviously wouldn't really get anywhere before then we would finally have, some clarity from the 4th District Appellate Court as to where Illinois law actually stands.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, but as I understand your response, both scenarios leave us exposed. Both scenarios have a lot of ifs in them. Both scenarios don't guarantee we will or won't get sued, and neither scenario we can rely on to win if we do get sued. And I was expecting that answer, because if I was asked that question, that's probably how I'd answer it as well. If I recall correctly, this board was told way back we didn't have to implement some of these measures. We chose to follow IDPH and the CDC and the state of Illinois Health Department. And from my understanding, irregardless of the TRO, there still is no real ruling that says whether we have to or whether we don't. We still are left on our own to make that decision. And it's a pretty uncomfortable place to be put, because I don't believe that boards, should be put in this position. I believe that this decision should be made by others. However, this is the hand we're dealt, and we are now forced to make this decision. So if I come up with any other questions, I'll ask you, but right now I'm in the same place I was when I first asked you. There is no real definitive answer as to whether we're protected. There's no definitive answer as to whether we are violating individuals' rights to... All right, guys, please. There's no definitive answer as to whether we will or won't violate somebody's rights to due process. The way I understand it, it is a violation of an individual's due process. However, it's so impossible to follow the due process rules for every single child during a pandemic that districts were forced to come up with other ways to handle it. So this is the understanding that I have.
Gareth, did you have a question?
Sure, I have a question for Steve. Is he aware of anyone ever winning a case for someone catching COVID from another party who wasn't wearing a mask?
No.
Okay. So basically, that's an important, because I've seen that fallacy, and I work in the insurance industry, and, anybody who's tried to sue someone for catching COVID has failed. It's a tasteless, odorless, airborne virus that no one can prove who transmitted it to them. So I think it's an important point that if someone does and try that avenue, that it's unlikely to succeed or get very far. I think the other thing that I'm interested in, Stephen, hearing, because obviously your law firm is watching and monitoring what's been going on since last Friday pretty closely. There's been several school districts very close to us, like Mount Prospect, I think 57, Alton Heights 25, I think Lake Forest, I believe, Schaumburg. There's like over 200, right? I think someone mentioned earlier, and that's like
I think in the whole state, right?
in the state, and
Which there's almost 900. I mean, I think.
Yeah,
there's
it's about a
8
fifth of the school
Right.
districts.
Just to put it in
Illinois.
perspective.
That's right. It's good. It's a good thing to put things into perspective. So a fifth of the school districts here in Illinois have basically gone mask optional in the last 24, 48 hours. Are you aware of anything, you mentioned about the risk of probation. Have you heard of any threats or any action by the ISBE to put those school districts on probation?
No, but it's so, I got to tell you, it's been radio silence from the governor's office, other than for them to, explain their appealing and filing a motion for stay. I mean, it's been radio silent. It was hard for us even to discover this weekend that the governor had reissued an executive order on Friday. It was very odd. It's been very silent. So they're formulating plans, behind closed doors. I do not know what those plans include, but it is true that there's strength in numbers. I mean, the more school districts that go in a certain direction, although I do think that the number 200 was inflated, because I think there was some list that was being sent around that one of our attorneys actually had received from someone, and we looked at it and we were like, wait a minute, I work with 3 or 4 of those districts, and they didn't go mask optional. So I think 200 might be overstating it. But, let's recall that when ISB started a push, to try to revoke recognition, to use that as a weapon against the school districts that had decided to go mask optional, last fall. There were, I want to say 50 on that list, and they chose to go through the proceedings for every single one of them. They were stopped in their tracks eventually, ISB. Although they've now placed a few additional districts on that track. But anyway, I'm just saying we don't know whether the governor or ISB are going to try to proceed against those districts. That they couldn't do it. Like it wouldn't be possible for them to do it unless they got a stay, right? I mean, it would be very hard, because the governor in that TRO, the governor is enjoined from ordering school districts to require masks, right? So it's, I think the executive order that was issued on Friday temporarily came like right before this TRO, So I think, unless they get some kind of a stay or something, they couldn't proceed against you. It would have to be like so does that answer your question?
Yeah, I
don't
think
want to
so.
make it
I think
too
what you're
complicated.
saying is basically the governor, if he did try to put us on probation right now, or any of the other school districts, that basically he could be in contempt of court from that ruling on Friday, absent a stay. Obviously, everything's off if a stay happens. But as it currently stands, you're saying the governor couldn't really do anything to us, because so effectively the decision, from what I'm hearing from you, the decision downstate effectively says his the rulemaking process he went through to try to define quarantine and devices for quarantine is basically null and void, is what you're telling us.
Well, according to this judge, that's correct.
Yes.
According to this judge, that is correct.
Okay. That's all. Thank you. Thank you, Steve.
Okay, so any more questions for Steve or anyone else? Questions before we go into the action item and discussion?
Hi, Steve. I just had a quick question because you mentioned, once we get a ruling from the 5th district that it might provide clarity. So how would your answers to Tom's questions earlier change once we have that 4th district opinion, which supposedly should come down next week, maybe, based on the briefing schedule?
It could be as soon as 2 weeks, right? It could be as soon as 2 weeks.
Right, but then how would that
it
change your
gets-
answers to Tom's questions, or would it, right?
It changes to a great degree. If the 4th district overturns,
Right, because
right,
we'd
and
only have a
vacates
4th district
the
appellate
TRO.
opinion, but no other appellate court would have ruled on it, or they wouldn't be able to that quickly. So this would be the first, and then we'd have these other cases, possibly in Cook County filed, and then later on, maybe a first district decision. But between that time period, when you have only the 4th and nothing in the 1st, then, our IASB seems to say that we would be bound by that, right? With that, I mean, they just sent us an email, right before this meeting.
A decision by any of the Illinois appellate courts is binding law in Illinois.
Correct, until we have
It's actually better and more persuasive when it's the appellate district that you're in, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If this would be the only appellate court decision speaking on this issue, and therefore it would be the law.
Right, so basically the landscape
throughout the state of Illinois.
Right.
And that is different. That is different from an order of a circuit court, from a trial judge.
Correct, so things
That
have
is
changed
not the law.
drastically, are you saying, once that order is issued?
I mean, the level of kind of clarity of the law, the level of power of the arguments for this sort of due process, I mean, would be absolutely different universe. If we had a 4th Illinois appellate court decision from any of the districts on this issue, that would be a completely different universe in terms of what is the law in Illinois.
Right, so since you're saying it would be an absolutely different universe, would, it be prudent to wait for that?
Well, for
go ahead,
for
Steve.
those districts that choose...
We cannot hear Steve, please. Steve, I'm sorry, can you start from, there you go.
Right, for those districts that choose to wait, they have cited that argument that you just made, for sure, and they've also cited the sort of whiplash effect, of changing the rules and then having to go back on them.
All right, other questions for Steve or any other questions for administration before we get to the action item?
I have a small follow-up, Steve. So are you saying that the district court, who has found that to the named defendants, these actions have been a violation of their due process, but it only becomes a violation of due process to everybody else if the appellate court upholds their decision? If the appellate court upholds their decision, then it drastically changes the landscape, and now the violation of people's due process now is exacerbated by the fact that it has a larger reach by the fact that an appellate court actually ruled on it.
Correct.
Okay, so for me, it's a violation of due process. We're waiting for an appellate court to either say it is or it isn't. Right now, according to a judge downstate, it's a violation of due process, and maybe the appellate court will overturn it and say, no, it's not a violation of due process. But as of right now, as of this moment, we are violating people's due process rights.
Okay.
Can I move?
All right, do you want to make the motion?
Yep. I move that the Board of Education of Community Consolidated School District 64 direct the superintendent to immediately revise the school's emergency plan given the legal applicability of the judicial decision making null and void the governor's rulemaking for COVID-19 mitigations. This would include making the wearing of masks by students, employees, and visitors to all school buildings optional but recommended. 2, removing any requirements for close contacts to be excluded. And 3, any other applicable changes to make our current emergency learning plan to comply with such a ruling. The superintendent shall notify the community of any changes as soon as possible and effective on the following school day. In addition, the superintendent shall prepare a rank order for removal of mitigations in an order he thinks they should be removed for discussion and, if necessary, action at the regularly scheduled school board meeting in March.
I need a rereading.
Is there a second?
I second.
I need a rereading.
Okay, so well, let's go in discussion. So where's the motion? Where's the action item? Because the action item that was transparently shared with the community is very different than what you read.
Mm-hmm. Yep, the motion is on the floor. I'm happy to provide it to you by an email as well.
Can you reread it for us?
Yeah, I can reread it.
Thank you.
So I move that the Board of Education of Community Consolidated School District 64 direct the superintendent to immediately revise the school's emergency plan given the legal applicability of the judicial decision making null and void the governor's rulemaking for COVID-19 mitigations. So i.e., if that stay happens tomorrow, this motion would automatically, it would be void. Okay? So that's the first bit.
So wait, that you're interjecting without, can we just read the motion?
Yep. So then the mitigations. This would include 1, making the wearing of masks by students, employees, and visitors to all school buildings optional but recommended. 2, removing any requirements for close contacts to be excluded. And 3, any other applicable changes to make current our emergency learning plan to comply with such a ruling. The superintendent shall notify the community of any changes as soon as possible and effective the following school day. In addition, the superintendent shall prepare a rank order for removal of mitigations in an order he thinks they should be removed for discussion and, if necessary, action at the regularly scheduled school board meeting in March.
Okay. Do we ask questions now, or do we have to second it?
All right, so there's the
Okay.
motion. Phyllis seconded it. Now we get into discussion, and so we're going to do this in order. Gareth?
Okay. 1 second. So I think I just want to make one comment. Phyllis, Tom, and I asked for this meeting particularly because we did not want the superintendent to feel like he had to make the decision. I think that it's important that this board makes the decision on behalf of the community on such a key and important item. So I just wanted to, I know several commentators had mentioned that we need to make a decision to give the superintendent direction. It's unfair. We are the people that represent you all, and therefore the ones that you should hold accountable. So just wanted to follow up from the earlier points that were made in public comment. I think that people, have certainly come here tonight and they're making comments about masks and science for and against wearing them, for wearing masks. But, this is a very divisive issue, right? And you can tell that from the comments. And really, nobody owns scientific debate. I studied science at university, and there's always been historical controversies around science, and especially when you have something that is, as I mentioned earlier, an invisible, tasteless, and odorless disease. However, most we've had hundreds of comments and emails, and I think everybody agrees that we need an off-ramp. It can't go on forever. I think everybody, even public health experts that are out there have said that if overused, public health mandates, if overused, become ineffective. And in the future, if they kept too long, people don't listen to them, people don't obey them. We see it from several of even the children, of how the kids are really not, they're playing with their mask all day. And if you read the CDC guidance, it says that you shouldn't touch the mask. If you touch the mask, you're supposed to wear a new mask and wash your hands before you put it on. So it's actually just, somewhat of a theater, this whole masking process right now. So, it's not really helping public health, but at the end of the day, having public health mandates that are not effective and stay on too long, it just really make it harder the next pandemic that comes along for public health bodies to do anything about it. And then just, a couple of days ago, there was a Dr. Daniel Johnson, who's a professor of pediatrics at the University of Chicago, and he's also the section chief of pediatric infectious diseases. He published an article, and in that he called for the removal of masks in highly vaccinated communities. And Park Ridge is one of those. We have over 80% of people fully vaccinated right now, and 85% of folks have had at least one shot. So we are a highly vaccinated community, and there are infectious disease experts that are out there that go beyond, the public health folks at Cook County. These are people who are at, and you can read, I think somebody mentioned the return to normalcy document that was released. Those are Ivy League professors of public health, of pediatrics and infectious disease, and they're all saying, it's time to take off these masks. So, but having said all that, really we didn't have a choice in all this until, Friday. And, I think that's what it's become. It's become pretty much a legal decision. And we all, all of us around this board had to take an oath to defend the U.S. and the Illinois Constitution and to uphold the laws. And, no matter what we thought, we did that when the governor's executive order was put into place back, in last fall, mandating masks. Some of us didn't like it, but we realized we swore an oath and we had to do it. Today, I think our lawyer is telling us we have a choice back. And as long as we have that choice, I think that we should use it at this point in the pandemic. The numbers are coming down fast, and I think this theater needs to end. So I'm going to obviously vote in favor of the motion. So thank you.
Right, Phyllis?
So for me, this comes down to not mask or mask optional. It's not a political issue for me. It comes down to the law. At this very moment, I feel like after reading the order, whether it's downstate or here, the order says that this governor has abused his powers at the moment. The motion that Gareth just made says that if he puts a stay in place and changes tomorrow, this platform changes tomorrow, then what we voted on here tonight is null and void, and we go back to wearing masks. But at the moment, I agree, we have done everything that this governor has said to do. Get the vaccine, wear the mask, stay quarantined. And we've done all that. Now we need the booster, and we did that. And for the people who asked, do we have children? We do have children. People on this board have children in this school. I have seen the changes in the children. And for me, I think it comes down to my moral values. It comes down to the law. And we followed everything that we did. We followed the science. It's been 2 years. I need an exit strategy. I need to use common sense. I get beat up on no matter what decision I make, publicly, by text, by emails. And to be quite honest, for the people who say, I'm not going to vote you in, I don't really care, because this is a thankless, shitty job. I don't get paid for this. You guys said you pay us. No, this is a volunteer position. We do not get paid. We volunteer our time away from our families, our energy in reading up on this stuff. I don't get paid. We do not get paid. For the guys who said, what are you doing? You on Facebook? No, I'm watching to make sure that my children are in bed. I'm watching to make sure that they did their homework. So I don't get paid. I don't appreciate the abuse. So if I'm going to vote my conscience, I'm going to vote according to the law. And if I don't get voted in, you know what? Maybe it's better off. I will
Okay.
be voting yes.
All right, let us, once again, please let the board hear each other. All right, let's go to Nikki. Nikki, can you talk about what you'd like to discuss on the motion?
Yes, thank you. I strongly advocate for the continued use of layered mitigation strategies to prevent the spread of COVID-19 within our district. And my position is based on the following rationale. First, there is the ongoing litigation within our state. District 207 and our neighboring elementary districts have agreed to maintain their current policies until a final decision regarding this issue has been reached. I agree with their decision and encourage our district to follow suit. Since the beginning of the pandemic, our district has followed all public health guidance set forth by the state and county. The members of this school board are not experts in public health, epidemiology, or infectious disease management, and should not be in the position of deciding public health matters. I think it is imperative that we continue to follow the advice and guidance of the American Academy of Pediatrics, the Illinois Department of Public Health, and the Cook County Department of Public Health, which recommend a multi-layered mitigation approach at this time. I do think, however, that we are nearing a point at which these layers can be removed sequentially, but that time is not now. For example, our community has reached an approximate 80% vaccination rate. That is fantastic. Yet, the youngest among us still do not have access to a vaccine. This impacts the preschoolers at Jefferson and the plethora of families, teachers, and staff within our district who have children under the age of 5 who do not have a choice to be vaccinated. Likewise, there are individuals within our district who are immunocompromised or medically fragile, or who have immediate family members who fall within this category, who rely on the multiple layers of mitigation to reduce their risk of contracting COVID-19 and or severe disease associated with it. At this time, the state does not allow for remote instruction for these students, and it would be unconscionable to deny them a safe learning environment in the absence of such policies. The good news is that COVID-19 cases are declining in our region. A pediatric vaccine for those under 5 may be approved for emergency use in the coming weeks. And I remain hopeful that we will be able to roll back these mitigation strategies in the near future using a data-driven approach that is synergistic with public health guidance while continuing to protect those most vulnerable. But as I stated, that time is not now, not tonight, and I will vote no to this motion.
Thank you, Nikki. All right, let's go to the next. All right, let's go to the next. Once again, this is a board meeting, not a town hall. Sir? All right, so Carol? All right, let's take a 2-minute break. Back in session. Okay, let's continue going around. And how about Carol? You're up.
I'll wait till, so this actually is a comment on the language in Gareth's motion, Gareth. So you mentioned in the very beginning, you're saying, given, if I heard you right, the second time, given the legal applicability of the judicial ruling, right? So you're saying like right now, that's the assumption built into the motion, but then as Steve mentioned, the TRO number one could be stayed tomorrow, and then, also we're waiting for the 4th district to rule, which it seems like if the IASB is correct, that could happen in 4 to 11 days. And so the 4th district could, reverse the circuit court, presumably. So where would we be? Because right now this motion is with the language given the applicability, because that could go away in, like I said, 4 to 11 days, or even tomorrow if the TRO is stayed.
And that's why sorry, it's my mic is on. I apologize. Yeah, sorry. That's why I put it that way, is given the legal applicability. If it's the way my intent there is that if there is a stay or the appellate court shuts this down, it's no longer legally applicable. So therefore, this motion would, if it was passed, would then not be applicable.
Okay,
anymore.
so your use of the word given is pretty much like to the extent that there is legal
extent that it's
applicability.
legally applicable. Yeah.
So that's like built into your motion. So basically, if we vote tonight and there's a,
We don't have to
stay
come back here tomorrow night if this is stay. Yes.
So you're saying like, as long as, okay.
Yes.
And then basically all of your, your list of, what was it, 1 through 3 plus the last portion.
I have
is that
no
the
idea.
Number 4. Okay,
no,
it was a very long motion.
Yeah, no,
so-
there was 3 items, right? Really, it's and some people may be asking, why isn't the social distancing on there? I think the problem was when, on Saturday the legal rule had just come out. The social distancing is not our lawyer advises is not part of the TRO and the footnotes to there. So that was why that was dropped, because there's nothing in the TRO about the social distancing.
So
But-
can I
Yeah.
can I
Sorry,
ask a
I was trying to
follow-up?
ask. Yeah. Go ahead.
So the original motion that was transparently shared with with myself, our superintendent, and the public, that includes social distancing. And I just heard you say our attorney reviewed it and then said to eliminate it.
He did via an email, yes.
So can I continue? Yeah. And
yeah.
so so I guess we had legal counsel review the motion. So what did legal counsel say about the motion you presented?
They said that, no.
No. So So answer my question. So the motion you presented about 10 minutes ago or 15, what did legal counsel say about that motion?
They haven't seen it because I didn't go
So
back.
we're voting
to
on
them.
something that our legal counsel, who is representing us, hasn't seen. No, I'm just asking, can you just answer the question?
That's true.
Okay,
But
so that's true.
they don't review everything when we've done motions in the past, so that's fine.
So they review our agendas and our motions. Thank you.
Not amendments that we made in the
Carol,
past.
anything else?
So just back to that, that my original question of the word given, the legal is there some type of like friendly amendment you could make just to clarify? Like
Yeah, I'm open to
that
friendly amendment.
phrase?
What would you like to do?
So you're saying like to the extent that there is like legal.
To the extent that it is
applicability.
legally
I don't
applicable?
even know what you would say, because
Yeah.
just the word
So-
given like presupposes that there is legal applicability. At least that's what it seems like when you read it.
To the extent legally applicable? So immediately revise the school's emergency plan to the extent of the legal applicability of the judicial decision.
So within that, is
I
it-
would like to ask, can I ask Steve, is the TRO legally applicable to our district at this point in time tonight?
No.
So
it's
Nikki,
not,
I mean, yeah,
but
Steve, did you hear the question?
Yes, I heard the question. The question was if the TRO is applicable to the district, and it's not because the district is not a party. I think maybe what Gareth was you could also say that perhaps to the extent that the TRO remains in force.
Okay. So superintendent to immediately revise the emergency plan. You're saying as long as the TRO is in force? Remains in force.
To the extent the TRO remains in force.
So I think what Gareth, if I understand what you're trying to get across is,
yes.
You would like for us to vote to remove these items from our our plan. However, if the TRO that is in place right now gets overturned, that you would give the authority to Dr. Olson to send out a memo saying, because the TRO was overturned, we are going back to our original mask mandates.
Correct.
If the TRO is upheld by the appellate court, then we continue on with the decision we made this evening.
Yes.
Right.
So okay. So that's I think our attorney heard me and you understood. If you can just give us some feedback, that would be great.
Yes, I think so. If we're saying to the extent the TRO remains in force, that means that your motion would have no legal effect, and we would go back to the plan as it existed before, right?
Yep.
If a stay is granted, right? A stay.
Right.
Or if the TRO gets overturned.
Correct. So if
Steve, my question is, we are not legally party to this TRO, correct or incorrect?
Correct.
We are not legally party to this TRO, so this TRO does not have an impact on our district's functioning at this time, pending the appellate court ruling or a stay.
That is correct. That is correct. You sort of have to, in order to say that, that it applies in those districts that are kind of using this TRO in that way you were relying on this sort of due process argument, right? The reasoning of the judge's order and this statement by the judge that these rules are null and void. But the district is not bound by this TRO.
We're back on. Thank you. Okay. All right, Tom, what do you think?
Okay, first, I've been on this board for a while. We've amended motions multiple times. We've amended motions without asking our attorney while we amended them. I think we did it just last week. And we actually spent almost an hour trying to figure out how to draft that motion. So I have no objection to Gareth amending it slightly so that it can better fit the, you know, the desire of this board if they vote for it. As long as our counsel says that we have the authority to go ahead and amend the original motion, then I'm okay with amending it so that it better fits and the language is clearer. So put that aside. I personally struggled with this, and you know, I'm going to get beat up regardless. Doesn't matter which way I vote.
You're right.
Someone's going to claim that, you know, I had an agenda of some sort. But I'm just going to, you know, explain myself anyway because it makes me feel better. When I was asked to sign on to ask for this emergency meeting, I agreed to do it without any predetermined decision as to how I was going to vote for this. I'm not a anti-masker. I'm not a pro-masker. I wear my mask. I wear my mask when I watch my son play basketball. My, you know, kids wear their mask, albeit just like Carl, they don't wear it very well. It's a situation where when a board member, and I think I made this clear like 7 board meetings ago, when a board member wants to be heard, I think that board member, regardless of what the reasoning is, deserves the right to be heard. And since our policy requires 3 members of the board to sign on to something, when I was asked if I would be okay with calling an emergency meeting, I obviously said yes. Because if any board member wants to be heard for any reason, whether I agree with the reason or not, I feel board members need to have that right to be heard. And having an emergency meeting doesn't hurt our district ever, in my opinion. More meetings we have, the better our district is for it. It's a lot of time for us, and it's a lot of time for you to come and visit us when the items on the agenda are important enough. There's been many nights where we've sat here alone and stared out into an empty crowd. But I just wanted to clarify that agreeing to have this emergency meeting this evening was solely based on the fact that if any board member came to me, and hold me to this in the future, if a board member comes to me and asks me to have an emergency meeting on a topic that I absolutely am not on board with, I will still say yes. Now, to the issue at hand, like I said, and I've told multiple people this, this is not my cross to bear. Masks, to me, I believe they work. I really do. I believe that any layer, and we were taught our entire life that if you have to sneeze, you sneeze into your elbow. If you have to, sneeze, you sneeze into your hands and then go wash your hands. No one, I don't ever recall my mother saying, please sneeze with your mouth opened and spray your sneeze across to everybody around you, and that's okay. So we know that containing the fluids that come out of our mouth is definitely something that we should be doing. So masks, there is no question in my mind whether masks work or not. Now, as to what level they work, I'm not an epidemiologist to know that. But what I do know is that this district has been basing all its decisions on recommendations from IDPH. It's been basing its decisions on what the CDC says, and it's also been basing its decisions on legalities of what we have the right and not the right to do. I firmly believe, no matter how anyone tries to explain it to me, that the decision downstate, although we were not named defendants, applies to us. You can't tell me that it will apply to us tomorrow if an appellate court upholds it, but it doesn't apply to us today when the facts aren't going to change from now until then. The appellate court is going to hear the exact same issues. If the appellate court decides not to uphold it, then it doesn't apply to anybody. But as of right now, as of this moment, I believe it applies to us as well. And legally or not, we are exposed to everyone who spoke today against masks. We are exposed to everybody who spoke today for masks. Fortunately and unfortunately in this country, you're free to sue anybody for anything, anytime you want. You're also going to suffer the consequences if you file a frivolous lawsuit. However, if you feel that you have a strong suit against somebody, you're entitled to sue them, and then the courts will decide. So I can't worry about whether we're going to get sued by one side or the other, because we're kind of exposed to both sides, regardless of what we decide. So then it falls back on, what do I feel our particular district needs at this moment? And I'm not going to lie, I went back and forth several times today, and many of the community members can vouch for me on that, because even the ones who felt that I was 1,000% going to vote the way they wanted me to, and even the ones who felt that I was going to vote the way they wanted me to, had multiple conversations with me today where I went back and forth. But after seeing the sheer amount of individuals who showed up today to this meeting, and the passion that they spoke to us with in just asking for us to give them the option to mask or unmask their children. I even heard several parents say, even if I have the option, I may continue to mask my child, but I still want that option. I also read 90, I'm not going to say 100%, because I'm sure I missed one, but I probably read 98% of the emails that were sent to us. And to be fair to both sides, there were almost an equal number both ways on giving us information. It was pretty almost equal.
I did read every one of
right,
them.
on giving us information as to why we should, why we shouldn't. And my answer to everybody is, to me, this is not an issue on whether masks work or don't work, or whether masks, or whether the law applies or doesn't apply, or whether it's political or not political. It's obviously political. When a judge in one county votes one way, and a judge in another county votes the exact opposite way on the exact same issues, and then you just look and see what color those counties are, yeah, it's hard to believe that it's not political. So how does a board like ours try to sift through all of that? At the end of the day, we just need to make decisions that we feel is best for our community. And it's one of the hardest decisions ever to make, because yeah, there are students, at all our schools who are their parents are going to have to make very difficult decisions if we choose to go mask optional, because there are students in our district that are extremely susceptible and at high risk. And there are families at home that are susceptible and at high risk and afraid that their kids are going to bring it home to them. On the same side, there are families who are struggling with their children's mental health, with their children's asthmas and other things that are being exacerbated by the fact that they have to wear masks all day. So how do I decide whose family is more important? How do I decide whose child is more important, or if my child is more important? This is an impossible decision for all of us. And at this moment, I'm torn and struggled, and I ask myself questions like, well, everyone wants me to make sure everyone is masked. Well, I really would have liked it if every single one of you, the ones that are here and the ones that are not, the ones that are for and the ones that are against, would have kept your kids in shield testing. Because shield testing protects my child. It protects all children. It would allow us to know who has COVID and who doesn't. But guess what? As soon as vaccines were made an option to undo shield testing, it was a mad rush for everyone to dump shield testing. Oh, I don't want my child being burdened by the fact that they have to test every week. I don't want my child to have to be subjected to being pointed out as someone that's going and getting tested. But shield testing would have helped, and it would have worked. So to all the people who insist that this board absolutely has to mandate masks, well, I ask you, are your children in shield, or did you rip them out of shield the first chance you had? And all of you who ask me, I absolutely don't want masks, and I want the option for masks. Are you willing to do everything else possible to make sure that everyone's children are equally as protected? The answer to all of this is no, because we can't. We can't protect every single human being possible. And we can't legitimately choose which one is more important or less important. So this is an impossible decision for every single board member here. Any board member that voted one way, any board member that's going to vote another, I respect them all for whatever decisions they make. I respect every parent and every child who came in here and spoke for whatever side they chose to argue for. I respect you all for it. And I just really am going to decide the minute this vote gets called, because right now I still don't know.
So,
You're welcome.
all right. Yeah, I think Tommy really relayed that this decision is a tough one. And I believe on collaboration, and I believe that we need to not rush into decisions. We've gone through this a long time. COVID has been a long haul. I'm not in the buildings every day. I want to hear from our principals. I want to hear from our so I need to hear from our unions. We are collaborators, and we cannot make a decision in a vacuum. We need to hear from our... Please, we are on talking to the board. We need to consult with our legal, our health professionals, our...
Excuse me, guys. A decision will be made this evening. Every single board member was able to speak. Our president has the same right. Can you please just at least let her finish? Thank you.
Call the question. Is there a second?
I second.
Any discussion?
No, Phyllis, roll call on
Do you want me
calling the
to
question.
just state
vote
the
on the
motion again,
question?
given I accepted a friendly amendment? I should
Do you
state the
wanna just
motion.
read it?
I think we need to vote on the question.
We need to fix the question.
Yeah, you
though,
need,
the
I need
motion.
to state the question before you vote on the question, though, right? Because I took a friendly amendment from Carol. Okay? After consulting with our lawyer. So I'm going to read it, just for the sake here of now. I move that the Board of Education of Community Consolidated School District 64 direct the superintendent to immediately revise the school's emergency plan as long as the TRO from Sangamon County is in place. These revisions would include: 1, making the wearing of masks by students, employees, and visitors to all school buildings optional but recommended; 2, removing any requirements for close contacts to be excluded; and 3, any other applicable changes to make current our emergency learning plan to comply with such a ruling. The superintendent shall notify the community of any changes as soon as possible and effective the following school day. In addition, the superintendent shall prepare a rank order for removal of mitigations in an order he thinks they should be removed for discussion and, if necessary, action at the regularly scheduled school board meeting in March.
Can we do a roll call on the question now?
So we're doing a roll call on calling the question, right?
I think
Because you
that's
did your motion to call the question. Phyllis seconded. Now Phyllis needs to do a roll call on that, right?
To clarify,
Or
we're voting to call the question, not on the...
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Sotos.
Yes.
Kennedy.
Yes.
Lubinsky, yes. Pearl.
Yes.
Wojtovich.
Yes.
Little's not here. Sellis.
yes.
Okay. Questions certified.
All right, since it passed, now we go for a vote. Do you need a minute?
Nope. It's just a very tough decision.
Okay. So there's a motion, it's been a friendly amendment, it's been seconded, and now we have the vote. So we can do a roll call.
All right. Where am I at here? Hang on. Sellis.
No.
Little. Is not present. Pearl.
No.
Kennedy.
Yes.
Wojtovich.
No.
Sotos.
Yes.
Lubinsky, yes. So we're tied. Nothing happens.
So is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
So moved. Second.
Okay, Phyllis had the motion and Nikki had the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
All right. It is